Started. Fantastic. I would like to note that everybody from attendance is here in person. And I'd ask for a motion to adopt the agenda. We are going to reorder, being that we have some in-council dialogue that's going to have to happen right out of the gate before we have to call a recess for an announcement at 10 o'clock. So if I could ask for a motion to, thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
That the April 7th, 2026 agenda be adopted as amended.
Yep, thank you very much. We can call for a vote.
We're having trouble at this end with our
Oh.
Granicus. It's just,
And my lap.
Can we just have a show of hands for this one and then we'll get the technology fixed?
And that is approved unanimously. Thank you very much. And I just, before we move on, if I could get a motion just to move to in camera, that'd be fantastic. Councillor Clark?
That the council move in camera to discuss a matter pursuant to sections 29(1)A and 29(1)D of the Access to Information Act.
Thank you very much. And we can go to a vote. And that's approved unanimously. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, and just for our speakers that are here today, our apologies. We have to amend the agenda just regarding the announcement that's coming shortly thereafter. So respectfully, you're probably going to have to speak after the announcement. So I don't want to hold you guys up, but just with the schedule today, just letting you know that it's probably going to have to happen after the 10 o'clock announcement. So thank you. Very much. Marta, we'll just call a recess now.
Excuse me, Mayor,
Yeah.
I would suggest coming out of in camera
We
first
did
to
in
get a,
there.
okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
yeah. Counselor Mackay put that forward and it was all in favor. And then I'll call a recess.
Okay, so there's a recess now?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we can really specify a time, but hopefully we're done by 11. We'll just, yeah. Okay, so we're calling a recess now just because there's a public announcement coming from the, on behalf of council and the federal government. So we're moving to Progress Hall for that. And I believe the public's welcome to attend if they'd like to. The media will be there, but there should be ample room in Progress Hall for that. So. Okay. We are back. Yeah, you did. Thank you very much for everybody's patience. Obviously a tremendous announcement, to deliver this morning, and, we will continue with equally exciting, which is our presentation, delegations and announcements. And we have a proclamation for, regarding Poetry Month. So, I will start with that, and then we will continue, through our agenda. So, thank you very much. Whereas the League of Canadian Poets established this month of April as National Poetry Month, and whereas National Poetry Month celebrates poetry, writing, and the contributions of poets and all writers to the identity and quality of life of our communities. And whereas National Poetry Month encourages all cities to spotlight local poets in a variety of ways. And whereas these initiatives also celebrate libraries and the work of municipal leaders to promote literacy, reading, culture, and the arts. And whereas poetry enhances and enriches the lives of all St. Albertans, and whereas poetry as an essential part of the arts and humanities affects every aspect of life, including education and community pride. And whereas poetry has inspired our local artists as we recognize St. Albert's Poet Laureate. Now therefore, I, Scott Olivieri, Mayor for the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim the month of April as National Poetry Month in the City of St. Albert. Thank you. We will get to a presentation shortly. I don't believe there's any business arising from the delegation yet, so I would ask for Councillor to move our consent agenda as well. Thank you
Excuse me,
very-
Mayor.
Oh, yes.
There are still two speakers registered to
right.
speak on item number 3, so
My
perhaps.
apologies. We do have, yes, we have Brett and Jesse as well, so I'll invite Brett to speak. My apologies. And then we'll move to consent agenda. Thank you. And I believe you have a present. Yep, he's just going to load it up. Just give him 1 second. Brett, would you like to wait until we get to that item on the agenda, or would you like to go now? Oh, okay, sure, yeah.
Waiting for the host to start the meeting. I may have the wrong Zoom link. Yeah, I think I got it. I'm just a question. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Brett Balkway. I'm on the Environmental Advisory Committee, but here as a private citizen. I've lived in St. Albert my whole life. This year's 70 years since my grandparents moved to St. Albert. So you can imagine my dismay when I was at a playground in Charlotte with my niece, their great grandchild, seeing styrofoam and plastic from house construction blowing through the sand and wrapped around the slide and the swings. Or when I saw dumpsters overflowing directly into the pollinator garden in Erin Ridge North. Our natural areas deserve better. Residents deserve better. Kids shouldn't go to the park and be playing around pink insulation. Clean sites are straightforward. Put your garbage in a bin, pick it up, make sure it doesn't blow away. Simple. Part of being a responsible operator, especially given full-page developer ads selling houses on St. Albert's natural beauty. We shouldn't need to regulate having basic respect for the community. In Riverside last spring, I saw birds trying to build nests at a wetland beside a shoreline full of construction garbage. I emailed the developer 3 times asking for cleanup and got no response. The city was eventually left on the hook. Public Works spent multiple days cleaning garbage out of the pond, then Planning and Development asked the developer to clean the rest out. After I followed up, the developer emailed myself and the rest of council, saying that they had done all they were prepared to do at that point. I counted over 100 pieces of trash in the wetland shortly after. I keep coming back to a question I raised in the first time I spoke to council about this issue. Why are we spending so many public dollars on a private mess? The birds are coming back. The situation is much the same. The 20-foot pieces of home wrap that you saw last meeting are still there on the shore. A house went up in the meantime, and the builder chose to spend their time on other things, perhaps drone footage of the white spruce forest or applying wrapping paper to a new front door. The amendments proposed would get this bylaw to the baseline other cities have set, and closer to the clear rules that St. Albert already has in its residential waste bylaw. Spruce Grove revised their bylaw most recently, and they included escalating fines up to $5,000 for the 3rd offense. We should be just as strict on builders and developers letting trash blow into our forests, ponds, and playgrounds as we are on condo composting. We should start now to implement proactive measures so city staff don't have to spend their time chasing down construction garbage across the city. Staff should be planting trees, not peeling insulation or huge pieces of plastic off the seedlings in the white spruce forest. I saw an approval for $7.5 million for white spruce redevelopment. We should consider the next phase of the report as protecting our investment in city property. We've waited a year already to see if emails from city departments to industry would make a difference. This was in the Gazette multiple times. It was on the CTV News with the executive director of Wild North demonstrating what happens to birds caught up in plastic. Council made it a priority. Despite what you could call an informal education campaign, it appears nothing has changed. Thing is, developers know how to hold builders accountable through agreements that have proactive measures that mirror the second phase of the agenda package: security deposits, chargebacks, financial consequences. We should not ask residents to settle for weaker rules the developers apply when their own costs and image are on the line. Taxpayers are already paying for all the staff time to try to coerce industry to do the right thing, and for crews to attempt to remove all the garbage embedded in the river, as well as in the ponds, wetlands, forests across the city. We're paying through the cost to property values and the reputation of a city that markets its natural beauty and its quality of life. With this set of rules, when you clean up, you get your deposit back. Nothing changes for those who already take it upon themselves to keep a clean site. The ones that created the mess pay the cost, not the rest of us. This is fairness. That is accountability. The fact that we are still here a year later, looking at trash in all of the same places, should be all the evidence that we need. If builders don't want strong rules, the way they conduct their operations should make strong rules unnecessary. We've seen the opposite. We can't wait another year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brett, for the presentation. I'll open it up to questions from council, and I'll move it to Councillor Hughes.
Hi, thanks for coming, Brett. I can tell this is a really important topic to you. You've been coming every time, so thank you for making this, bring it to our attention. So you're mentioning Spruce Grove. So you said that Spruce Grove has escalating fines. Did they always have that, or?
That's a good question. I know that Spruce Grove has had a construction sites cleanliness bylaw since 2016, and in 2024, they folded that into their community standards bylaw as part of a general legislative rewrite. And they added a bunch of more specific provisions to that bylaw that govern how construction operations are conducted. And then I don't know if the escalating fines are new in 2024. I imagine that they are, with the $1,000 for the first offense in 12 months, 2,000 for the second offense in 12 months, and then 5,000 for the third offense in 12 months.
Okay. Okay, so that was been recent. So they had it lesser fines and then they've increased them, is what it sounds like.
I believe so. I would have to double check.
Okay, okay, perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I know this is under consideration on the agenda today, so I don't believe there's any other questions, but thank you for the presentation, Brett. Appreciate it. I'd invite Josh, would you like to speak now? If you'd like to follow that, you're more than welcome to, or you want to wait? Okay, sounds good. We'll wait till we address that item on the agenda. Okay, moving to consent agenda, I'd ask for Counselor to make a motion. Counselor Bermansky, thank you.
Thank you. That recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of March 17th, 2026, and 8.1 bylaw 6/2026 Sturgeon Heights Municipal Reserve and Public Utility Lot Designation, first, second, and third readings.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any questions for minutes. I'll accept it and we can go to a vote. And that motion passed unanimously. Okay, we will continue forward to 7.1, which is our business items requesting a decision, and I will turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for our St. Albert Port Laureate appointment.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I will turn it over to Ms. Budd, who can quarterback it from there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mayor and Council. It is my pleasure to join you today with our Community Culture Coordinator, Ms. Kathleen Bell, who provided a bit of a presentation about the Poet Laureate program that we deliver in collaboration with the St. Albert Public Library. Our incoming Poet Laureate is joining us from the gallery, as well as a representative from the St. Albert Public Library.
Hello. Oh, hello. This is my first time doing this. So yes, just wanted to talk a little bit about the Poet Laureate program. So the Poet Laureate program started, oh, should I wait until it's up? Oh, magic.
What have I done?
Gotta have those visuals.
Perfect. Thank you.
Amazing. Excellent. Ooh. Gonna forward it. The anticipation is. Woo! Okay. So the Poet Laureate program started in 2018, and the Poet Laureate policy was adopted in 2020. Previous Poet Laureates have spoken very kindly about the opportunities and the doors that have been opened by being St. Albert's Poet Laureate for them, including publication deals and grants and awards at both the provincial, national, and international level. We are here today to seek council support for the recommended Poet Laureate for 2026 to 2028. Traditionally, a Poet Laureate is a poet officially appointed by a government or conferring institution, typically expected to compose poems for special events and occasions. The purpose of our Poet Laureate program is to support the development of a robust cultural and literary community in St. Albert by establishing the position of Poet Laureate. The program is a collaboration with the St. Albert Public Library. The Poet Laureate Selection Committee is administered by the St. Albert Public Library, and the nominees are assessed on the following criteria: clear and innovative ideas regarding the vision for the position of Poet Laureate, demonstrated an ability to engage and inspire the St. Albert community, ease and skill at presenting and performing work in public, and a body of literary work of superior artistic merit. I am pleased to say that for this intake period, we've had the most applications we've ever had. Our policy also requires that St. Albert's Poet Laureate must have a significant connection to St. Albert, and be at least 16 years of age. Cool. The selection committee has identified Tyler Enfield as the recommended poet laureate for 2026 to 2028. As such, the recommended motion is that Tyler Enfield be named St. Albert's Poet Laureate for a 2-year term commencing April 2026 and ending March 2028. Please let me know if you have any questions. And should City Council support the recommendation, the recommended poet is available to share a poem after the appointment.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Certainly appreciate it. And I'd ask for a motion from council. Councilor Bermansky, thank you.
Thank you. I'll make the motion and looking forward to that poem. That Tyler Enfield be named St. Albert's Poet Laureate for a 2-year term commencing April 1, 2026 and ending March 31st, 2028.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions for council or for administration, pardon me, so we can move that to a vote. And wonderful news, that passed unanimously. So I would invite Mr. Enfield to the podium for his poem, and congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yeah, I appreciate that. Very sweet. And just very briefly, it is genuinely an honor to be the Poet Laureate of St. Albert. And I really look forward to working with the community. I have a very short poem for today. And just as introduction, I tend to enjoy writing about wonder, finding the wonder in small things, the mundane moments of a day, the little things that kind of catch our eye and stun us for just half a moment, give us pause, and carry on with us. This one is called Behold. In the backfields of our house once, a twisting poltergeist of trash on the wind kited so high that it crossed into another thing. Now something else to behold. And your birthday that day on the lawn, in miniature dress, white tights, flapping hands, your face, even shoes, everything stained from one bite of melon. There's so many kinds of miracles. I'm crushed precisely by their flash. Each time, I'm a new ghost rattling in its tube. Each time, and it does not matter how many, is like I did not know that soft voltage, a kind of astonishment in itself. Thank you. That's all. And I look forward to spending more time with you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Enfield. We're going to actually invite you down, as well as our library representative, to for a photo with council, as well as to receive your proclamation. Okay. Now to maybe less exciting news, but we will move to 7.2, which is our Chanter Park development request. And I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher and administration for their presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Podlubny, Head of Recreation and Parks, to walk us through it with her team.
Thanks, Mayor and Council. We're pleased to be here today to present a growth charter for Shantae Park. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Craig Cameron, who's our Manager of Parks and Community Partnerships. And I'm just going to share my screen. Okay. Oops, this one.
Great, thank you, Council. So we're here today in consideration of a growth capital charter request for $753,600 in support of construction for Shantae Park to commence in 2026. Construction for Shantae Park was originally identified as part of the 10-year capital plan, but was not planned for 2026. And I have a short presentation today just outlining our planning process and some specific information as to why we're here today for Shantae Park. One more. Yeah, thank you. So new plans are identified as part of area structure plans and neighborhood plans. Typically, parks are dedicated through available municipal reserve. However, municipal reserve also supports other public uses such as recreation centers and schools, a point that we'll come back to in a little bit. Municipal reserve allotment is set by the provincial government through the Municipal Government Act as a percentage of land being developed. That percentage currently sits at 10%. In St. Albert, potential school sites are allocated in the area structure and neighborhood plans, and St. Albert has committed to providing park space adjacent to school sites, which means that when you see a potential school site on an area structure plan, it's sized to support both park needs and school needs. The image on the screen there shows the neighborhood plan for Chereau neighborhood, with Shantae Park shown in the center map, identified as a potential school site. Once the area structure plan or neighborhood plan has been approved, the next level of planning is to develop park concept plans. These plans are created in alignment with identified broad recreation needs, as well as limited public engagement, given the fact that these are newly developing neighborhoods. Specific park concepts, like the concept for Shantae Park, are not created in isolation, but aim to create a look and feel that reflects the neighborhood, ensures a diverse array of amenities that are considered the needs of the whole community, and is consistent with park services provided across the city. New parks construction is captured within the 10-year capital plan and primarily funded through the new neighborhood development charter. Projections for the 10-year capital reflect probable construction timelines of specific parks with the goal of providing timely service delivery, and charters being updated each year to align with new information and development opportunities. Construction within a year, however, can sometimes be adapted as developer timelines may shift or development within the neighborhood may be accelerated or slowed. Part of this consideration is developer partnerships. These arise when developers who are working in the neighborhood see an opportunity to work with the city to bring park infrastructure into the community early. They're not a requirement, but we had a good success in recent years in leveraging that development partnership to offset our municipal investments in new park development. So shifting focus to our current request for Shantae Park, during the area structure neighborhood planning process, Shantae Park was identified as a potential school site and sized, as I said before, to accommodate both school and community park needs. The concept design for Shantae Park, which you see on the screen, reflects an understanding that on the area on the right could be developed for a future school, and noting that council approved the land subdivision earlier this year. When the 2026 growth charter was submitted, there was no indication that a potential school had received funding for that school site to the right. Therefore, Shantae Park was not part of our planning in the 2026 budget submission. Since then, the government of Alberta formally approved funding through the School Construction Accelerator for a K-9 school in Chereau, and that school is located on the school site shown here. In addition to that, Arohic Group of Companies, which is the developer in the Shiro neighborhood, has expressed an interest in partnering with the city for construction of the Shiro Park if construction was to go ahead in 2026. Those conversations are ongoing, and at this point, no details to provide, as it's still uncertain whether municipally we're able to move ahead in 2026. With the school anticipated to open in 2029 and in alignment with the developer's plan investment for the neighborhood, we see it, administration sees, I guess, the value in advancing park construction in 2026. From past experience, we know that early development of park is important to providing quality service to those in the community. School sites have higher use with the school groups there, and if we don't have our parks in and established early, it can lead to higher maintenance costs as we try and provide good turf quality for the neighborhood. We do have experience as well, if we're not in early, that the community isn't able to gain the full benefit of that park as initially planned. So for example, if we had a sports field in that neighborhood planned, if there's high school use at the same time as we open the park, we weren't able to, in one instance, be able to bring that sport field into our inventory. So still great park use, but not the full plan as was intended for that area. If this recommendation is not supported, administration will still include Shiro in its funding for 2027 growth charters, meaning that the park and school are likely to open at the same time, as well the opportunity to work with the developer may have passed. So finally, I guess currently asking your support for the current request mitigates those outlined risks and will allow us to bring that park into circulation and into maintenance well ahead of school identified opening in 2029. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We will open it up to questions, and we'll start with Councillor Cortash.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Thanks for the overview. The only question I have is just with respect to the park design. I know in the pictures that we have, it shows a soccer field. I don't know if that's been determined yet or not. But to that point, how is that determined? Whether it's going to be ball diamonds or a soccer field? Yeah, how is that determined? And has it been determined already?
Sure, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair to Councillor Cortash. So part of our concept planning work is to look broadly at what community needs are. We know that based on our community needs, that sports fields are a desired amenity in the community. In building out this one in particular, we did have some limited public engagement on that. So in a built-out neighborhood, we would go back and do a full public engagement. In a new neighborhood, there's just less people in there. So we still do that engagement work, but just with a smaller amount of input. And so the decision to put, which is the decision to have a rectangular field, has been made for this site. So it is that combination of understanding community need, looking at the available spaces and opportunities there, and then getting what feedback we can from community.
Okay, thanks. The only reason I ask is I know that with the advent of a potential arena development behind Paul Kane or behind, we might be losing a ball diamond or two there. And so, it's on my radar for how we're going to accommodate more ball diamonds in the future. And I don't know if, anyway. But
I can just add to that as well through the chair to Councillor Cortash. We are undertaking some work as Recreation and Parks in terms of our future park planning and what that would look like. In terms of how do we plan our amenities to make sure that we have the right balance and the right composition of park amenities. We have park standards that we follow as well in terms of placement of those amenities within our parks. So just making sure we have a really robust plan for our parks and our green spaces within the community, passive and active.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay.
Thanks for the presentation. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at timelines. I know you mentioned the schools online for 2029. Would we kind of target the park a little bit sooner than that, or would it be simultaneously?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, I guess the intention of us coming at this time off cycle is to advance the park development earlier. It is our intention to get the park built out and open before the school site becomes active. And we, as Mr. Cameron said, we've had some kind of opportunities for learnings through previous park developments if we don't get in ahead of the school, once they are open, it's really hard on the turf if it hasn't been well established. So our intention to come off cycle today is to get that advanced.
Great, thanks for the answer.
Thank you very much. Just a question, in the presentation that notes a 30% contingency. Can you speak to that? That seems by estimation maybe high, but where does that come from?
Yeah, thanks for the question. So that's just a standard contingency for a project at this level of design, as indicated by our engineering department.
And then you had mentioned that if it is not supported, potentially leading to additional costs because of lack of maturity, I guess, of the project leading up to the school. Do you have an idea of what that additional cost might be if it was delayed?
Through to the chair, I'm not sure we can give you a quantifiable figure, but what we can tell you is the ability for us to partner with the developer is kind of in front of us now. So that's what we'd like to advance the work on, as well as it's the additional maintenance costs. And it really can't give you probably a specific number on that. But what we have seen trending in other spaces where the turf was not established well enough is additional maintenance costs around turf management, maintenance annually that we have to do on those sites because they just were not well enough established once the schools open for usage.
Okay. And lastly, obviously it would be wonderful to get developer support towards this. Do you have an idea of what that might look like in the conversations that you've had already?
To the chair, we don't at this time. I said we've been in conversation with the developer, but haven't come to specific terms until we have more certainty on our side if we're able to partner with them in a time frame that works.
If I could just add to that as well, just acknowledge that if we do come to an agreement with the developer on some partnerships, that would offset the cost of the charter and that would be shown as reflected in the actual expenditure. So we would just not expend that money and it would be returned at the end of the project.
Okay, thank you. So I guess then the comment of potentially losing developer support might be a little premature in the sense that if we don't know what the support they're willing to give us, but we don't know that we might lose it. Like, it's a large ask outside of what we expected. So just trying to understand, I guess, the risk of losing that if we were to delay this to next year.
And I guess, partnership is that moving target. So it is really for us to come to the table to say we are advancing work on this. We are able to enter into negotiations with them in good faith. I think Rohit has been a very willing partner to the city in the past, and we see that as a really positive partnership opportunity. And so it would be for us to work that through over the coming weeks and months with that developer just to advance the park development.
That's great. And I guess my last question before I move it to Councillor Bermansky is, what have we seen historically, maybe for us that haven't been a part of this, development or developer partnerships look like when it comes to projects?
Yeah, to the chair, we've seen a lot of different arrangements. So some want to advance. We've seen anything from cost sharing on amenities to advancing full construction. Depends on kind of the willingness of the developer and the partner within that arrangement. But we've seen lots of cost share options, some gift in kind, doing some land work and that kind of thing. So it really depends on the relationship and the situation and the development that lays in front of us.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the response. I'll move it to Councillor Bermansky for questions as well.
Thank you. Just one question. With the shifted focus towards this park, is there in turn another park area that will be delayed or postponed?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bermansky. We actually had a number of planning projects already targeted for this year. So absorbing an extra capital project is something that we can do within existing resources and still be able to move forward on other works identified in the 2026 charters.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we have Councillor Mikhail make a motion.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If there's nothing else or no other questions, I'll be happy to put it on the floor. That project charter Rec 077 attached to the April 7th, 2026 agenda report entitled Chandler Park Development Request be approved. Am I saying it right? Shante?
I think we're going with Shante, but I'm not,
Shante.
not
If you
sure.
want your proper accent, it's Shanti.
Shante.
Thank you very much. That was well said.
Which means to sing in French. For those
Yes.
What does it mean in French? I apologize.
to sing, the verb to sing.
Alouette.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's questions for Mint, so we can move it to debate, and I don't think there's anything to debate, so we can move it to a vote, please. Thank you. Wonderful news, that passed unanimously. We will now kind of pile forward here to 8.1 was on consent, so we'll move to 8.2, bylaw 11/2026 regarding reducing construction debris in neighborhoods. Before we go into that, Marta, is it okay for Mr. Culling to do his presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. I'll invite you up right now, Josh. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Olivier and member of council. Sorry, members of council. My name is Josh Culling. I'm the manager of Metro Strategy with Build Edmonton Metro. Build represents over 500 companies in the building and development industry across Edmonton and the metropolitan region, developers, builders, and the trades and consultants who support them. St. Albert is an active and important part of that region, as we saw with the announcement earlier today. And we appreciate the opportunity to speak to this item today. Council will have received a letter, so I won't repeat what's in it. What I want to do is instead offer some context I think is useful as you consider the amendment before you. Build was engaged by city administration as part of the developing of the initial recommendations put forward on March 10th. Our members provided direct feedback on the 3 recommended measures, and we support their intent. However, we want to be transparent with council today. We were not consulted on the specific bylaw language that implements those recommendations. The precise amendments before you today are new to us. We only received them on Thursday before the long weekend. And we have not had the opportunity to assess their practical implications for developers and builders operating on the ground. Supporting the direction of a policy and being prepared to support specific legislative language are 2 different things. Our members need time to work through the details. In particular, the proposed definition of waste receptacle raises practical questions we have not yet had the opportunity to fully evaluate. We're not raising this as an objection to the intent of the amendments, but as a straightforward acknowledgement that the consultation process that produced the recommendations did not extend to the bylaw drafting itself. The underlying goal, storing waste at source at the lowest cost to taxpayers, is one we share. Administration's own evaluation is instructive here. The 3 recommended measures scored highest against that goal. The measures being proposed as additions today scored lower, some significantly so. That isn't a reason to dismiss them permanently. It's a reason to do what administration intended. Hold them in reserve, monitor through 2026, and bring them back with evidence if the foundational measures fall short. Our members are already doing work to support site cleanliness. The document attached to our letter outlines the mechanisms developers have in place: purchase and sale agreements, policies and procedures manuals, regular site inspections, and direct communication with builders. These are contractual obligations with real consequences, including cost recovery from builder deposits and eligibility impacts for future lot allocations. We're here because we want this to work. We support the intent of the 3 measures administration has recommended, and we are committed to participating in the communication campaign. What we're asking today is straightforward: direct administration to consult with industry on the precise bylaw wording before the amendments are finalized. That step was not part of the process that got us here, and completing it will produce better, more durable language. And we look forward to that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh, for the presentation. We will move it to council for some questions, and I'll start with Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Josh. Don't run away. I appreciate you coming and making your presentation. From your research or from your being involved in the building community, development community, Is there a best in class community that you can tell us about that around some of their building bylaw or some of their bylaws, excuse me?
Through the chair and to the counselor, thank you, Counselor McKay, for the question. We haven't done the research to compare municipalities to one another on this particular item. Certainly, every municipality is going to have a different approach. So I would be speculating if I commented on that. There are certainly different ways to approach this, and the recommendations that administration have put forward do seem to be well reasoned, and are certainly worth testing this year.
Thanks for the response.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cortash.
Thank you very much to you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Josh, for the presentation here. I've got a few questions for you. In the letter that your organization sent, it said that oftentimes developers arrange for cleanup of non-compliant sites through security deposits, builder security deposits, and that type of thing. Is that fairly standard in the industry? Do most developers require that of their have that type of security deposit for cleaning up building sites in their developments?
Yeah, I'm just looking to our members in the gallery, and they're shaking their heads that yes, this would be a common practice within the industry.
And I was wondering if you might be able to describe, so is that an effective tool requiring that deposit and then keeping that deposit? I know I do have a copy was provided to us earlier here from a developer that as part of their agreement, they require, that says if there's any cleanup required in a neighborhood as a whole, that can then be billed back to the builders in the neighborhood on a prorated basis. Again, that's standard practice. Is that an effective tool? Yeah.
I think Mr. Yocum is going to come and
Sure.
help with the question. Thank you, Counselor.
Hey, Mayor and Council, Mike Yocum here from Build, Chair of St. Albert. So to your question, Councillor Cortash, we have that deposit there for multiple different things. One of them is garbage cleanup. Again, it kind of goes back to the March 10th Committee of the Whole that you guys had. It's difficult for us to figure out which builder is causing it. And so it sometimes is difficult for us to take that deposit. However, we do have that relationship with the builder that ultimately we can go to him and say, hey, look, we believe this is such. We have that relationship. If you want to continue building in our community, this is kind of how it's going to go. And they say, they kind of say, okay, it might not be our garbage, but we'll agree with you and we'll move on. So we have that relationship where we can stay out of the legal side of it and we can kind of just work with them once we get to that point.
So you have not only, you have sanctions for maybe repeat offenders that aren't complying or keeping the neighborhood clean, but also the ability to charge back cleanup costs in the development to builders.
Yeah, we ultimately give them the chance to clean it up. If they don't, we clean it up and then we use that deposit to kind of work with them to because really we want things to be better in the future, and that's why we use that deposit. Sometimes we don't take it, we use it as a way of kind of working with them.
So thank you for that. One of the options that's proposed as a potential future action in our administration's report is some sort of concept around security deposit, billing back to the developers for cleanup costs and that type of thing. Yet I note in the letter that we received from Build, it says that those types of measures, business license, bylaw amendment, security bylaw amendments are inefficient and would impose an unreasonable burden on developers and builders. But is that not similar to what what developers are already doing with the builders in their community, imposing those kinds of penalties or those kinds of security requirements?
Yes, for the most part, when we do it, we work with the builder, and for the most part, we tend to not take that fee. So the builder doesn't usually they know that that fee is coming back to them, or that security deposit, so they don't put it down to the homeowner, right? And so if it's coming from a municipality, they might just blanket it and just say, that deposit is done. I'm not going to pretend I still have it. And they're going to just put it down to the homeowner. So we have a bit more control when we generally don't take it. We kind of just go and do the right thing and clean it up. And then we use it as a tool to say, hey, look, next time shaping up, or else we're going to use it. So we just don't want that negative impact to go down to the homeowner and the administrative work for the city to kind of do what we're already doing.
Okay. I guess what I'm struggling to understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, what I thought I heard you say was that it's effective tool for you because the developer, or not the developer, the builders don't pass it on to the homeowner because they know that they're going to get it back if they keep the site clean. And so would that not be the same if the city had some sort of security, some sort of deposit required from the developer and wouldn't have to pass that on to homeowners or builders if they keep the site clean and they know that they're going to get that back? Is that not the same logic?
Well, I think it's the same logic, although when we work with our builders, it is less transactional as opposed to a builder submitting a permit to the city. They use that as, this is a transaction to do business in the city. So it sounds like the same mechanism, but I think it would work slightly different in those cases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions from council, so thank you very much for the presentation and taking the time to join us today. We will move it now to Mr. Fletcher for the presentation from Inman.
Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Dooley to start things off.
My name is Trevor Dooley. I'm the city's Senior Manager for Government and Indigenous Relations and Environment. I have a brief presentation which will be supplemented by members of the city's cross-functional team should there be questions from council. The intent of today is to seek council's approval on bylaw 11/2026 with appropriate amendments to the city's community standards bylaw to provide enhanced mechanisms to reduce construction debris in developing neighborhoods. So as council will recall, a motion was approved in fall 2025 as indicated on screen. Since that time, a cross-functional team at the city was formed to undertake research regarding what is currently being done to manage this issue in other communities and to explore additional mechanisms for council's consideration to further limit construction debris in developing neighborhoods and adjacent areas. We provided a synopsis of this in March at the Standing Committee of the Whole meeting. In undertaking this work, the group has focused on recommendations that prioritize storing waste at the source in order to prevent debris blowing to neighboring properties or causing adverse environmental impacts. Recommendations that limit cost and resource implications to taxpayers and are implementable prior to the 2026 construction season. In terms of managing construction debris in neighborhoods, the city currently uses the tools that are shown on screen. One of the challenges with existing mechanisms is differentiating between developer and builder responsibilities, which is something that's consistently been expressed. As part of our process, a cross-jurisdictional scan through a survey of mid-sized cities in Alberta was completed, where respondents primarily possess enhanced language related to definitions of construction debris and enforceability within their respective community standards bylaw or equivalent, contain notations within development permits and pre-construction season reminders to builders and developers. So taking into consideration what other municipalities do, as well as additional potential options, the city's cross-functional team developed, and what was developed, administration is recommending the first three options be implemented prior to the 2026 construction season. Upon completion of our analysis, we believe these to be the most effective options at this time, which includes one, amendments to the community standards bylaw to provide greater clarity and enforceability regarding construction debris. A draft of the red line version is available in council's agenda package. Two, adding provisions within development permits, which since we discussed with the standing committee of the whole has been implemented. And three, completion of a targeted communications campaign with developers and builders. Items 4 through 8 on screen we believe to be less effective, but ultimately could be considered in 2027 or future if we find that options 1 through 3 do not yield the desired outcomes. And just a note to contained within council's agenda package, we've also evaluated the additional potential amendments provided to city administration. So some of the details associated with those are available within the agenda package. But ultimately, the recommendation before council today is to consider approving the bylaws as presented, but we are equipped with sort of the legislative wording if need be to add more. So with that, I will turn it over to the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will, I believe we're going to have some questions. Maybe I'll just open, part of the change here is requiring covers on the waste receptacles, correct?
That is correct. And we've also looked at other mid-sized cities that have similar language within their community standards bylaw that has that requirement.
Okay. My question is, have we looked at feasibility of that? Because it is my understanding that that might be very difficult to administer on site-specific projects. And then it's further, I guess, exemplified when you get into large multifamily projects that need multiple waste receptacles, and to require covers on those may significantly delay or inhibit the ability to start, or else developers or the builder would be responsible for, fines associated with that. So I have some concern, I think, when it comes to the requirement of covers, and then the definition of a cover, I guess, if they're not, as built with the receptacle, and then having developers potentially try to build their own and all of that. So I have some concerns about that, but maybe if you've researched that, or if you have some information regarding that, that would be obviously helpful.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mayor. And I might have to kick it over to my colleagues here, but that was part of our research. So in terms of like a metal green bin that has a lid on it, like there is physically not enough in the Edmonton region to do that. But the way that the bylaw has been crafted is deliberate in that it provides appropriate flexibility for people to, in essence, figure out how to secure that debris from blowing off site. I would say that other mid-sized cities that have comparable language currently include Strathcona County within the Edmonton metropolitan region, as well as City of Airdrie and City of Cochrane, or Town of Cochrane, pardon me. I don't know if my colleagues want to add anything.
I think the only thing that I can add is that, as Mr. Dooley said, there's options within what we consider to be a cover. So a cover can be anything from a tarp to a mesh fabric that goes over top of a container that is meant to store construction material and debris. And in that light, if there isn't something that's available prefabbed, then people, constructions and builders can often build something themselves, or have those portable, soft kind of containers that you often see, as long as that container also has a tarp on it to ensure that the debris isn't blowing out.
Thank you for the information. We'll open it to other questions from council. I still struggle with the idea of having to manufacture your own cover. I think is going to be difficult, because then you may deal with a another set of problems if they're tarps, and how do you ensure that those aren't gonna come off? I think, administratively, it would be difficult, from an enforceability. Do you have comments or an analysis on what current cost of enforceability is for us, for the city, when it comes to construction debris, pardon me? And, if so, yeah, maybe you can clarify that.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I don't think I'm going to be able to offer much detail in terms of cost of enforceability of that. Often what it comes down to is, you know, if a ticket does get issued, and there isn't compliance, costs associated to somebody pleading not guilty, going to court, that is certainly something. It does cost administrative time and prosecution time to go through that process. It would all vary depending on the number of charges issued, but I can share that the enforceability of the current wording is there. It does allow for enforcement. The ramifications of that, I think, would be determined in the future. I can't predict that.
Yeah, okay. And I guess, lastly, there's an indication for a staging area on site, and maybe you can speak to that, because, you know, in the construction business, trying to get, contractors or suppliers to adhere to a staging area would be, in my estimation, quite difficult. They are often constrained by, site diameter and specifications on site. So I see some real challenges when it comes to trying to set up, you know, a designated staging area. The other side is a lot of the time that those deliveries to site from third parties are coming at times when a builder may not be on site, and they're dropping as a part of, you know, a number of deliveries during the day. They drop them and leave. So the enforceability of a staging area would be quite difficult. And then if it is not in the designated area, having to move it to a staging area would be difficult without the use of large equipment that builders obviously may not have. So, and maybe you can speak to, you know, why that requirement is in there, and how you plan to manage that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the current provisions and the current recommendation doesn't include the staging area. What's before council and administration's recommendation does speak to construction materials being stored in an orderly and organized manner and confined to the property. So if administration's recommendations are taken, the idea of a staging area isn't specifically there. I do understand that there may be motions related to that. But I don't think your comments mean they make sense in terms of the challenge of how that would actually happen in terms of setting up a staging area. We would have to put likely some wording in the bylaw to define what a staging area is, which is part of the reason why I think the intent is there for the organized and orderly fashion, but administration has not recommended going forward with a specific staging area.
Okay, so page 78, the construction sites maintain a designated staging or storage area for construction materials. The intent of this exists within the proposed bylaw. It's just to ensure orderly material being dropped on site. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, I think this is some of the challenge that exists with the bylaw like this, is there's some municipalities that have very, very specific language, but in terms of our enforcement sort of review, is that there's a higher probability of successful enforcement if we provide a level of flexibility that the enforcement officers can utilize their discretion as it's implemented. And as part of that third recommendation from city administration in terms of working with Build on a communications campaign, I think we would work with them to sort of communicate to their partners what some of those expectations would be.
Thank you very much for the clarification. I'll move it to Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to administration. Just first of all, just a couple of mechanics issues here in terms of the recommendations. We've got, I guess what I'm going to have, we've got the admin sort of recommendations 1 to 3, which are being recommended, and then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for potential future consideration. And then what I'll affectionately call Councillor Hughes's amendments. Those are the 1 to I wonder if you could put the slide back up on there that you had there, 1 to 15. And some of those, so in the agenda report that we have, we've got the table at the end that doesn't have all of those 15. I'm just gonna find it here. It starts at, or sorry, the table, does the table have all 15? The table has all 15, but the agenda report didn't. So, but those are the same motions, correct? Sorry, just going back to that. But if you could put up the slide that had the amendments, yeah. So what are we looking at here? These are the 15. This is what's in that table at the end of the
Yeah,
agenda.
Counselor, it's important to differentiate. So Counselor Hughes, if any of you reserve the right to make motions as you see fit at the end of the day, based on the sort of the precursor of the designation of those, the analysis that's resulted in the agenda report is our administration's recommendations. So they're two related but separate components. And at the end of the day, council can make the motions as they see fit. So don't try and equate those two
No,
things.
I'm keeping them separate.
Administrative recommendations, we believe, meet the intent. That's our recommendation broadly, but that would be up to council to determine. So
And so perhaps just some clarification on page 53 of the agenda report, we've got Councillor Hughes's motion, Councillor Hughes's potential 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So that's not all of the 15. Those are just ones that, so we're missing 1 and we're missing 5 and we're missing 14 and 15. I'm just gotta make sure I've got this all clear before I
to
start asking questions.
clarify, the ones in the agenda report from Counselor Hughes's motions, as were potential motions that we're calling them, the ones in the agenda report that are listed out are the ones that administration believes the intent of those is already contained within the administrative recommendation. So that's why they've been pulled out into the body of the agenda report.
Okay, that's what I thought, but that doesn't match this list. So the ones in the agenda report are 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and this is 1, 2, this is different numbers. So this, I understood this to say, these are you believe that the intentions of 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 are achieved, but those aren't the ones that are identified in the agenda report.
Go with the ones on the screen.
Okay, all right. There's lots of numbers and I'm just, before I dig in, I want to make sure I've got the right ones. Okay, so then, so the other sort of pedantic thing that I had was, it mentions in the report that EAC provided support, or that EAC, I can't remember the exact language that was used here, admin received support from EAC. My memory is fading, maybe not as quickly as Councillor Mackay's, but did EAC provide support, or did they just receive this as information?
Thanks, Councillor Kortash. If that's a question to me, so it was discussed with EAC, the concept. They did not see the specific language within the bylaw, but I think there was general support for the recommendations that city administration has provided from a conceptual perspective.
Okay. Okay, I've got some questions about the potential future actions. So I'll differentiate between administration's numbers and Councillor Hughes's motion. So administration's options 4 and 5. So the safety codes permit bylaw amendment and the surface drainage bylaw amendment. Those are additional fines, is my understanding. So I'm trying to differentiate between the update to the community standards bylaw and then the safety codes permit bylaw and surface drainage bylaw. Those would just be 3 different avenues to issue fines. So are they all necessary? If you end up with garbage in a stormwater pond, would you then be issuing fines? And if we were to go ahead with recommendations 4 and 5, would that then open the door to issuing fines under the community standards bylaw and a safety codes bylaw and a surface drainage bylaw? Like in theory, somebody could get fined under all 3, or would typically one be chosen as a better fit than the other 2?
So from a enforceability perspective, and again, I think why those ones have scored lower is we've taken the approach of trying to maintain enforcement through one primary bylaw, so that it's as streamlined as possible, but I'll refer to my colleague for further.
Yeah, just to jump on that a little bit is when we went through the exercise of all the options, those were other bylaws that came up as potential areas to put some provisions within. Clearly, the community standards bylaw floated to the top, and that's why administration is recommending that. Should the recommendations in the bylaw pass today or in the near future, I think that impacts, we would have to come back and look at, does it really make sense to go into safety codes? Does it really make sense to do this based on what's actually in the community standards? That would be that secondary review.
Okay, that was sort of my thinking, like it wouldn't make sense to have three different bylaws finding for the same thing. Okay, and then we have, I'll say administration's potential actions 6 and 8 combined with Councillor Hughes's 2, 5, and 6. Anyway, they're all related to some sort of security deposit, I think, or some sort of financial incentive. So admin recommendation 6 is to withhold funds, have some sort of security policy. 8 is a fee for cleanup, which presumably would be related to that if you had some sort of deposit that you could then keep funds from to clean up. And then Councillor Hughes had some along those lines as well. So is there a reason, maybe you could just explain the difference between admin recommendation 6 and 8, or sorry, future potential actions 6 and 8. Are they related or are they different actions?
Thank you for the question. They are different actions. So one would be security. Right now, we hold security with the developers. So if we increase that amount, it would go to the developers and be our kind of tool in that regard. The other option with the fee would be charging a fee on every development permit or building permit, whatever comes into a fund that would go to clean up and go to a city administration, the ability to go and clean up with those funds directly. So that's the differentiation between the two.
So option 8 is just a fee that's charged. It's not a security that's held. It would be just a fee on every development permit that then would go into a pot of money used to clean things up.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Whereas 6 is more of a security deposit, for lack of a better term. And then we already collect those. We just don't use them for this type of thing. Is that
That's correct. It would be a new one.
All right. Councillor Hughes's potential amendment number 1, which is the requirement for, let's scroll down here to the right page. The requirement for essentially a management plan. So that, requirement for a management plan. We don't currently require a construction debris management plan. Do we? But we do require, I guess, waste management plans in other aspects of the city's business, like multifamily developments, that type of thing require, they have to tell us how they're going to manage their waste. Or is that, in what other context does the city require this type of waste management plan other than for construction?
Yeah, I think we might have to refer to someone from planning and development online for that. But like the construction debris management plan is something that City of Leduc does. But when we were looking into it and the detail provided to us, we felt that adding the notation to development permits, which we've now done, kind of does the same thing.
Can you expand on that for me? What is what does that mean, adding a notation to the development permit?
So when a development, you know what, I'll let someone who's a planning and development person.
Yeah, Ms. Peters online, head of planning and development, turn over to her.
Hi, and I'm sorry, the expert today on this is actually away, so I'm going to try to provide a bit of context, and maybe I'll put it back to Trevor just in case there's something that I missed. But that notation is on there so that we've essentially warned the builder and the developer that we will be expecting that they maintain their site to an acceptable standard, and that, however, it isn't a requirement of the permit, because that gets into what is, can't put those as a requirement of the permit because that would then need amendments to the land use bylaw. And this is kind of getting back to the conversation that was discussed before about which is the most appropriate regulatory tool that we have to go and achieve a clean site. And that's where it's the community standards bylaw versus the land use bylaw. But the note is on there. It's kind of, it serves as a pre-warning And that's already been incorporated very recently within our development permits. And Mr. Dooley, I don't know if there's anything else to expand upon with that.
Yeah, I think just again, when we've seen other municipalities that have that requirement, it was kind of someone saying, okay, we agree to take care of the construction debris on site. And so again, adding just a notation is kind of doing meeting the intent and achieving the same outcome.
Yeah, so I heard Ms. Peters say that it's a pre-warning. What happens if they don't currently? It's just a note on the application, or what happens if it is, I guess that's where the community standards bylaw will come in. There's no other repercussions currently.
That's correct. The note is, lack of a better term, warning, information, education to the developer. These are required. If they don't follow it, the provisions of the community standards bylaw is the go-to for enforcement. In terms of if it's not neat and orderly, their construction and building materials, if it's not neat and orderly, or all their construction waste is not placed into a waste receptacle, that's where municipal enforcement would come in and issue a fine or give them a notice.
Okay, thank you. The Mr. Dooley had indicated that Leduc requires a waste management or construction waste management plan. Do you know what happens if that management plan is not followed in Leduc? What are the consequences, or what happens?
Councillor Cortash, not off the top of my head, but they've chosen to do a lot of enforcement through their land use bylaw.
Okay.
Whereas what we're recommending is to go through the community standards bylaw as the primary method of enforcement.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, that's sort of it for my questions for admin. I do have some questions around just the mechanics of how we move this forward with some kind of different, there's different motions. Councillor Hughes has some, there's some amendments that are possible through admin. So we have the 3 that are being recommended by administration today. I guess we can deal with this later, but we would kind of consider those. And then if we want to make additional amendments, we would give notice of motion after that. Or we can make amendments to those 3. Like, is that?
Marta will clarify how we.
Thank you. So in terms of the administrative recommendations, there are 4 motions to make amendments to the community standards bylaw. The other 2 are within administration's purview when they're being done. So those do not require council motion. So what administration is recommending that is before council today is updates to the community standards bylaw. If a councillor wants to make amendments to the community standards bylaw, what I would recommend is that the bylaw that's presented be read a first time. And then at second reading, before second reading, we can make motions to amend the amending bylaw. If we've had notice of them in advance from an administrative perspective, we should have them ready to go. But if they're new to administration, we may need time to draft them. So there may need to be a requirement for a little bit of a recess, but that's the process for how we could manage those today.
For the community standards bylaw, okay. And then if,
Correct.
for example, administrative recommendation around development security policy amendments, so item number 6, that would be a separate notice of motion because it doesn't relate to the community standards bylaw.
So it is related to construction debris, so the matter at hand. So it does not need to be a notice of motion. It could be moved today.
Okay.
It would probably best be considered after all of the amendments to the community standards bylaw are concluded. And then if the mayor so chooses to allow that today, that could be done after the community standards bylaw amendments are done.
Okay, and that would be the same for any of the other, that requiring a construction management plan and that type of thing, that's all.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We're at an impasse here. I think maybe we will, because I anticipate Councillor Clark and Councillor Hughes, this is going to take some time to work through, so maybe we'll pause for lunch for 45 minutes and reconvene at 1 o'clock. get going here right away. Miss Billy? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for everybody's patience. We will continue with council questions, and I'll move it to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. The resident that's been in front of us several times now with respect to the construction debris has brought the issue of debris that's not on a construction site. So can you explain how that is actually dealt with? Do we have the parameters within the current bylaw or the updated bylaw as proposed to actually address anything that's off the construction site?
I might have to refer to Mr. Saunders if he's online, but essentially last fall, public operations within their prioritization matrix in terms of work requests, it went through that process. Crews went out, cleaned up to the extent possible. I think again, there's some debris located in the middle of the stormwater management facility that's difficult to access. But as winter conditions alleviate here in the near future, I think again, the plan is for crews to go and clean up the remainder of that site. I don't know if Mr. Saunders is online and can speak to that any further. But in terms of additions to the community standards bylaw, there's nothing that would dictate a change in scope to public operations work at this point in time.
Okay, so just so that we're clarifying, Public Works is now going out and cleaning up anything that's, a complaint comes in. Ultimately, there's construction debris somewhere other than, and we're actually, our taxpayers are actually absorbing the cost of the cleanup. Is that correct?
So thank you for the question. Initially, what will happen is the request will go in through public operations and it'll get directed to the developer to clean up first. They'll attempt to clean up as best they can, and then Public Works will be or Public Operations will go in afterwards to help clean as well. Challenge with Public Operations is and Tim Saunders, if he's available, can correct me, but they have a scheduled amount of time they go out. They don't have crews available all day, all the time to hit these cleanups, but they do on a scheduled basis.
Yeah, so I think to answer your question, the effort would be to collaboratively or to get assistance with that. But ultimately, yes, if there's something that's not being cleaned up and it's off the site, especially if it's on city lands, it will fall to city resources to clean it up. And there is no enforcement mechanism that really indemnifies us from having to do that at the end of the day.
Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Move it to Councillor Hughes now.
Thank you. And just, Mayor, you were referencing that staging area or the amendment. I'm not planning to bring that one forward, just so you can sleep easy to know. The other thing was referencing the sewer and hazardous waste. I think you mentioned that it was a consideration for next year, but I think when we talked last, we said it was already included in one of the other bylaws, which is why I didn't specifically mention it. So is it covered in another bylaw? Because I think it was like you're not supposed to put hazardous waste down the sewer. Was that covered somewhere else?
Yeah, that was the one that I brought forward. Is it a sanitary bylaw or one of those bylaws that I already had identified to Councillor Hughes?
Okay, so we wouldn't be putting it forward next year then because it's already been covered, or would it be considered to be putting it in as a redundant?
Yep, that's correct. And in addition, federal and provincial legislation also apply.
Okay, okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor McKay.
Just following that, Mr. Dooley, are there federal, construction debris migrates into the river. Does the federal waterways legislation or fisheries, does that take precedent over any of our community standards bylaws or anything like that? I'm just looking at seniority of different laws versus bylaws. I mean, I don't want to make a big issue out of this, but I'm just wondering if they decided to say, hey, we've noticed a great deal of construction debris in the river. What are we going to do about it? Not you guys.
Yeah, Councillor Mackay, so they all apply, but essentially municipalities being the lowest order of government, the priority again is sort of federal, provincial, municipal.
Yeah, I'm just, I was aware of that. But I'm wondering, I guess, I mean, I just don't imagine federal government would row their boat down Sturgeon, or do they do regular checkups of, in relation to the health of the river? Or is that our responsibility with the Sturgeon water and?
Yeah, so it's a little bit of everything. So obviously the city monitors water quality within the Sturgeon River. We work with federal provincial partners in that regard, but I wouldn't say that the federal government would be that their priority would be looking for construction debris within the river. Their priority would more so deal with releases and that type of thing, and impacts to wildlife.
That's what I believe, but I guess everything's complaint driven, and if a resident decided that they wanted to make a complaint, it would probably go up the chain.
Yep, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't believe there's any further questions for admin, so I'd ask for a motion for first reading. Councillor Cortesh?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw 11/2026 being amendment number 4 to bylaw 12/2010 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Thank you very much. That motion passed unanimously. We can go to second reading.
So do we do the amendments now or after
Yeah.
second reading?
We can do the amendments now.
Okay, so Mayor, is it okay if I?
Please.
Okay, so that, I'll just do them one at a time, that administration provide council an update for how construction debris management plan be part of any new or.
Excuse me, sorry, Councillor Hughes, that one is actually not amending the bylaw. That one I would recommend we leave till the end after all of the amendments to the bylaw have been done. So I believe number 2 on your list, number 3 on your list
Yeah.
is the first one that relates to a bylaw amendment.
You're right. You're right. There we go. Okay. So the bylaw be amended to include that covers on construction waste receptacles be kept closed when construction garbage is not actively being loaded.
So we have rewritten this into legislative language.
Okay.
So it's up on the screen. And so this is just adding a new section to the amending bylaw, which would add a section to the community standards bylaw to deal with the issue of construction waste receptacles being kept closed from when construction garbage is not actively being loaded.
Okay, I got you. Okay. I'm glad you're ready for those. Okay, we'll try this again. That bylaw 11/2026 be amended by adding a new section 20 that reads 20.1, a new subsection 5, subsection 3 is added as follows, notwithstanding subsection, forgive me, my eyes just went a second, 5(2)(b)(1). It will not be deemed to be an offense to have a waste receptacle. It will not be deemed an offense to have a waste receptacle uncovered, provided it is only uncovered for the time that is actively being loaded. There we go. Which basically means you got to keep it covered unless you're loading it.
Okay, just before we move forward, if we want to amend that, so it doesn't include covers, how do we?
So if there, okay, so yes, I guess in order of priority, if there was a motion to update the definition of waste receptacle to remove the requirement for a cover and that passed, then this motion would be moot. So in the motion to update the definition of waste receptacle should go first in order of priority. And if that passed, then this one would not be able to go ahead. But if that failed, then this would be able to go ahead. So if someone would like to make an amendment to the bylaw to remove the requirement for a cover, that should be made before this motion is considered. And it has not yet been accepted by the chair, so we could just read a new one in and that would be fine.
Can we discuss this motion now regarding some of the concerns before we make the amendment?
Yep, so you can just ask questions of administration or Counselor Hughes related to this without accepting it.
Yeah.
And then you can decide how to proceed from there based on the discussion or questions that have been answered.
Okay.
Just a point of clarification, though, I don't think Counselor Hughes is finished with all of her amendments. So wouldn't you allow her to read in all of her amendments first, or you just go individually split them out? Okay.
I'm doing it one at a time, but Mayor, like, if you want it to be uncovered, then you or somebody needs to put forward a motion just saying that we're defining it as not required, like uncovered, and
Yeah.
then, or covered or uncovered, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And then if that was to pass, then this would not be applicable.
Perfect. So my question then, I guess, regarding the motion is, we've heard from administration that it's not feasible to have bins supplied with covers.
Right.
I see some challenges with having developers or builders try to provide their own covers.
Right.
I think it's going to create, in my opinion, some challenges or headaches with the building community, adding additional restrictions on what they can do, and then the enforceability piece of it at an additional cost. I agree sites need to be kept clean, but I don't know if covers is the way to go about that, and I respectfully ask for your clarification on that.
This is not discussing whether or not we have covers. The recommendation from administration is to have the cover. This is just about how often you have to use it. So if you don't want covers, this is irrelevant. Like, my motion is that we've already assuming the covers are in place because that's what the bylaw says. And then I'm just saying it has to be covered when it's not used, not just that you have a cover, but that you didn't use it. Like I have a life jacket and I'm sitting on it, you actually have to put it on. So that's what I'm saying. You're saying you don't want the covers at all. It's a totally different motion if you want to take that off.
That's what I'm saying, is
Okay.
I don't think it's feasible to require builders or our developers to have covers on their waste receptacles.
So you would need to do, you could relinquish the chair to whoever's Sandy
Yeah.
and put forward a motion to try to get the covers removed off of the definition of waste receptacle. And then that would address your concern. Because
Okay.
my motion does not affect your concern directly. My motion is just assuming it's going forward. Because it is going forward unless we do a motion to take it off.
Right.
That's correct, Council. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so if there's no counselors that are willing to put that motion forward? Oh, yeah, go ahead, please.
I'm just going to comment on that because I have some idea of what Counselor Hughes is likely to bring forward. And I'm just wondering if her amendments pass, it may make having a cover a moot point in any event. So could we address the cover, no cover once Counselor Hughes's amendments are dealt with?
So I think procedurally that wouldn't be as clean because it would contradict each other. So technically speaking, what would happen is that the procedure bylaw would say that the motion most recently passes the one that governs if there's a conflict. But I think it's cleaner just to deal with the issue of whether there should be covers or not at the outset. And then we know which motions ought to go ahead from there. Like it's a kind of a fundamental piece to all of the updates of the bylaw that administration is recommending. And I recommend we just deal with that at the outset, and that will ease the flow thereafter.
Mayor, if it makes you feel better, I'll put forward the motion to say, let's have it uncovered just so we can have the proper debate and put this to rest. Would that work for you? I'm not going to be supporting the motion, but I'll put it forward for simplicity. So is it possible that we can put another one to modify the definition of waste receptacle?
Yes, we have it ready, so we'll just get it up on the screen.
Okay.
Thank you to everyone in advance for providing us with your intended motions. We do really appreciate that. So this is the motion to update the definition of waste receptacle to take out the word covered. So if this passed, there would be no covers in the definition of waste receptacle in the bylaw.
Okay. Okay. This is going to be really confusing for people who read the minutes, I'll tell you that. That bylaw 11/2026 be amended by deleting the word covered from the definition of waste receptacle in section 12.
Thank you very much. I don't, Councilor Cortez, you have questions for admin
No,
before
I was going to speak to.
Oh, okay, then I don't think there's questions for admin, so we'll accept it and we'll move this to debate.
And I'm just going to waive opening and we'll wait till the end.
Okay.
And I'm going to both agree and disagree with Counselor Hughes, depending on how you read the minutes. No, obviously, we get these big windstorms blowing things out of containers, and I think it's important that they have a cover, so I'm speaking against this motion, Councillor Hughes, and City of Edmonton requires that their community standards bylaw, section 11, requires that bins be covered. So I don't think it's something that's not available. And then, worst case scenario, put a tarp over the thing. It's not an insurmountable challenge, I don't think. So I agree the bin should be covered, whichever way that works out in the vote here.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't see a problem with not having a cover if in fact enforcement is there. So I won't be supporting the removal of the cover until after all the amendments are done and we actually hopefully have some enforcement there that ultimately puts the responsibility on the developers and the builders and how they want to secure their garbage to make sure they don't have to be trooping through a community to pick up their garbage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other councillors that'd like to? Okay, well, I'll go next. I would say, obviously, I am in support of this motion because whether it's, you reference the Edmonton community standards or it's not being enforced because the supply is not there to be able to, I think from a municipal enforcement perspective, to enforce that, the priorities are not there. I think this is going to create a whole bunch of challenges for our development community that obviously is our large stakeholders in our community. I don't see the necessity for it. I think from an enforceability perspective, we can be better when it comes to construction sites and waste that is accumulated. And I think the additional cost to try to enforce covers is a burden that we don't need to put on the taxpayer. So I would be in support of removing it, just knowing that the construction industry would have a challenge in supplying this. And I appreciate Councillor Hughes bringing this motion forward that contradicted her first one. So with that, I think she passed her or waived her closing remarks, unless you'd like to add something.
I can close on it too. Thank you. So just, I appreciate that Councillor Clark, that you want to wait to the end, but this is the time to vote yes or no. So we're going to be doing it a little bit blind. But because if we vote, whatever we vote on, that's kind of the decision going forward for the next 6 months minimum. The challenge we have is just that, like, if I look at any other, like Sunny Plain, Spruce Grove, Leduc, Edmonton, they're all saying it has to be kept in some kind of neat fashion, which then also implies that if it's windy, it has to be covered, and you can't predict wind. And so that's going to be there. So it has to have some kind of covering. And I think that the flexibility that administration's put in there, not defining it has to be a metal built with a cover that's metal, and it's allowing a lot of flexibility in how we define that, allows some solution to come forward, even if you couldn't get the bins. So I'm going to be going against this, but I did want to make sure that at least it was properly heard, Mayor. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess we can move it to a vote. And that motion failed with everybody opposed and only myself in favor. So we will continue. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I don't need to reread this motion in, correct? Okay, so the motion is, it stands for the second one then, about having it covered whenever we're not actively loading it.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there are additional questions, so.
You got a question?
Oh, yeah. Councillor McKay.
I apologize, just for clarification, either administration or the mover. If waste receptacle doesn't have a cover, so the responsibility of the builder is then to use a tarp or something else then? And so, I mean, because if physically there isn't a cover on the waste receptacle, they have to manufacture one. Is that the intent?
The intent of this motion, the cover was that was last motion. So we're just going to catch up on what you voted against. Okay. So yeah, they have to figure out some way to peg it down, to put a cover in some way. That's the fashion. The intention of this motion is that now that we've discussed the covers, that it's actually used and not just I have it but didn't use it. I understand that the intention behind this, when you put cover forward, administration put it forward, was to think that there'd be a constantly being used, but I want to make it absolutely clear so there's no loopholes. So saying I have it, but you didn't say I actually had to have it on top of the unit. And that's what I'm just trying to just close a loophole if it's possible. That's what the intention of this one is.
And is that administration's read of that?
Yeah, the team could certainly dive in. I mean, your first question again, I think was the previous motion, so you cover it somehow. You got to figure it out. In terms of this piece, yeah, if it's not actively being used, it would be covered is the interpretation, but I certainly will defer to the team on my left here.
That's correct. The only thing I will add is that this allows like the provision in the bylaw basically says if a builder has any waste on their land and any debris, that must then go into a waste receptacle. The definition of waste receptacle includes something that has a cover on it. So the full stop that it has to have a cover at all times when there is building and waste and debris that is on the site. So what this will do will allow the builder to actually take the cover off while they're loading. So to Councillor Hughes's point, it provides that clarity, but not in the exact same way that you articulated it at the very beginning, if that makes sense. Because the base of this is that has to have a cover at all times. So I think this works for the intent of making sure that it's covered at all times, except while it's being loaded. So I hope that adds a little bit of clarity. Hopefully I didn't confuse it more.
Well, as long as you're not confused, that's the point.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for admin, so we can move this to debate.
And we got 15 of these puppies, so I'm going to go, actually we have less, I took off 3. But as I said before, this is not about, it's just having clarity so somebody doesn't say I have it, but I didn't use it. It's just a clarity that it needs to be used. And obviously, if you're loading it, take the cover off. We have to be reasonable here about it. So that's the intention behind this.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments from council? I'll just say I'm not supporting this, surprisingly, but I don't believe there's any other comments, so we can move this to a vote, please. Thank you. And that motion passed with, oh, pardon me, with 5 in favor and Councillor Clark and myself opposed. So we can move forward with the next.
So I think that number 5 is not in the bylaw, so then I would think it would be number 6. Is that correct, Marta?
Yes, I think so. Number 6. And I did, I'll put the wording up on the screen right away. We had it drafted, so we'll just need a second to get it up there for you to read in, Councillor Hughes.
Okay. That administration amend bylaw 11/2026 to add a new section 20-2 that
Sorry,
reads.
that's the wrong one.
Okay.
Number 6, is that number 6?
Nope, that's actually the same one as before.
Yeah.
I was just reading and I wasn't processing, but now I realize I don't want to redebate it. My eyes are just bugging me today, guys. Sorry, because it's right on my eyes. Okay, that looks longer. There we go. That bylaw 11/2026 be amended to add a new section 20-2 as follows. 20-2, a new subsection 5.4 is added as follows. Where the city determines that cleanup is required, the city will provide notice to those who own or occupy property within 48 hours, with 48 hours notice to conduct a cleanup. And if the cleanup is not completed within the designated time, the city may begin the process in accordance with the Municipal Government Act to undertake cleanup and charge back of all associated costs and expenses to those who own or occupy the property.
Thank you very much. Just a question for admin before we accept it. Is 48 hours a standard, industry standard when it comes to that, or like it seems really short? Is that
I think I can take a stab at that, Mr. Mayor. I think from a practice perspective, in my experience, it's case by case. So every situation could be a little bit different. If it's a small amount of garbage, 24 hours could be appropriate. If it's a large amount, 1 week, it could be appropriate depending on what the officer's observations are at the time. I don't know that there's really an industry standard for any set amount of time when you're giving a notice to comply.
But I think the premise then is that the may component does it allow sufficient flexibility to deal with those off cases, right? Where 48 hours might be insufficient or the logistics of the issue might be more. Right?
Okay, thank you. Maybe a question for Councillor Hughes. Would you consider amending it to like 5 business days so they have ample time? Like 48 hours, just I guess to the example, you get a large multifamily site or something that needs to be cleaned up by just looking at feasibility of it. And maybe admin, I guess, pardon me, what's the process? Like, is it a letter that goes out and then they have 48 hours from when it's received? Like,
Email probably.
So when a notice to comply goes out, we try to hand deliver that to a site foreman or a person so they have immediate notice and to do that. If that doesn't get complied with, then a ticket could get issued after that. If that doesn't get complied with, then Municipal Government Act orders can then get enacted and put in place, which then has a little bit of a longer process in terms of appeals and time frame to actually go and clean it up. So
okay, yeah, appreciate that. It's my only question, I guess, Councillor Hughes would consider moving it to giving them a little bit more time, but
I would consider 2 business days. That way, if they got it on a Friday at 4 o'clock, they're not completely scrambling and trying to handle it over the weekend if they can't do it.
okay.
Can we amend that to 2 business days? Or would that be not workable?
We can update it from a legislative perspective. We can get it up on the screen. I think it's workable from an enforcement perspective as well.
Okay. Okay. Is it 40 hours for every? Let me just ask this. So
I'm just gonna jump in, like snow removal is 48 hours. So the rest of like the other bylaw is 48-hour timeline to comply. So does that cause problems if in some parts of the bylaw it's 48 hours and other parts it's 2 business days, depending on what thing they're complying with?
No, it's fine as long as it's clearly worded. And this is kind of the precursor to what would be an enforcement action under the Municipal Government Act under Section 545. And the common law requires reasonable notice. So we would give this 2 business day notice if this got approved, but then also probably further notification letters as required under the common law in order to comply with the requirements of the Municipal Government Act. So this is just an additional precursor. And I think business days, we would know what those are. And if other provisions of the same bylaws say 48 hours, that's okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't have any issues with this on its face, but in terms of the rest of the community standards bylaw, do we have the same kind of provision? I couldn't find it. I'm just taking a quick look, but for, if somebody doesn't mow their lawn, can the city go in and mow it and then charge back under the Municipal Government Act? Or if somebody doesn't clear their sidewalk, can we try, like, does this apply to the other things? And I know your motion doesn't, but the rest of the community standards bylaw, if people don't comply with our community standards bylaw, do we have this opportunity to charge it back? Does it need to be explicitly stated in the bylaw for just construction waste?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So the Municipal Government Act allows us to do that regardless of this wording.
Okay.
So the fact that this wording goes in or does not go in, we are allowed to send a notice under the Municipal Government Act to comply with any piece of legislation. So all those other provisions still apply. And administration currently has the discretion to do 24 hours, 48, 72, or 2 business days or longer. This exact wording is not necessary for us to do this today. So those other provisions, we can still do it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Clark?
Yeah, I'm just gonna, you just mentioned 24, 48, 72. So does this actually tie your hands if we had an issue on site? Does this actually tie your hands to going in and fixing a dangerous situation?
I don't know about a dangerous situation. If it was a dangerous situation, I think there's other provisions within the Municipal Government Act that we could use. I think in terms of enforcement of a cleanup, we would default to the 48 hours if this motion passes and would not go to 24 because I believe the wording in this one says will provide 48 hours notice. So I think that's how enforcement would proceed. It's 48 hours or more.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Counselor McKay.
Yeah, I just want to clarify so that I'm familiar with it because when I read this, I thought we could do this currently. So, and then you just confirmed that right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing that would be to start to charge back or something, but we can still do that under the MGA, correct?
That's correct. It's provided that it goes to an MGA order process.
Yeah.
And typically it hasn't because, you know, typically enforcement will give the threat of a ticket, give an order. It gets cleaned up. If it doesn't get cleaned up, then, you know, we can go through all those processes. But yes, if we need to, and they do not clean up, we can charge back those costs and go onto the property and clean it up.
So what's your legal authority to enter onto private property to determine whether or not it needs cleaning up? Can you do that currently?
Yes, we can. There are other provisions in the MGA provided that we give notice to the property owner for certain periods of time. Typically on a situation like this where there's construction debris on the front of a property, we can just observe it from the public land. We don't have to go onto the property to inspect, but if it was in the backyard and we weren't given consent to go on, then there's other provisions that we can give notice to inspect, provide notices there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's any questions for admin, so we can move this to debate. And Counselor Hughes.
Okay, thank you. I understand that the MG has this. The reason why I want to put it in is because I want to make it clear for people who are reading it. I don't want them to be wondering what are the consequences if they don't follow it. And so it might be implied, but I don't expect anyone who are trying to run a business to have to go back and look through this MGA or this other document or trying to figure out what the rules are. So I agreed to the 2 business days because, and I know Councilor Kordash, I'm pondering whether I should have shown that moment of weakness. But the reason why I did was because when you're trying to deal with businesses, we're also trying to, they work on business days as well and trying to get somebody to come in and dump the stuff if they need to. We need to be reasonable so that they can work with them and that they aren't incurring additional charges necessarily. Now, ideally, they would never be in the situation to require us to give them notice. But if they do, I think this is a way that we can see if this works. If it doesn't, then we can tighten it up and go to 48 hours next year or something of that nature. But if you have a snow, in theory, you can do it on a Sunday morning to shovel your walk. But in a business, they're trying to deal with other contractors as well. So that's where I'm giving the ability for them to deal with it promptly. But if it happens to fall on a weekend or something like that, we have just showing some level of compromise, with the intention, of course, that they're still going to actually address it. The other thing we have here is just to make it clear that if they don't do it, we can come in, we're going to begin the process, and we're going to charge them for it. So that they understand that there's consequences to waiting on it, because the challenge is going to be, do they actually believe that we are serious about it? And this is a way for them to understand that this, if they don't do it, we can. And I insist the word may be in there. So that way the MEC and the rest of the officers, if they talk to the developer and he's like, it's coming, but I need one more day, that there's some latitude in there again to be able to accommodate them. So it's not a forced have to, but it is a concern to make sure that we can and we will, and if we need to, and that the word may is there to assess specific situations. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments from council? Councilor Kortash?
Sure, if that was closed or if I agree with you. I mean, I like having it in here. Can we change? I don't know if we can change this, rather than, if we're gonna say that we can use the municipal government to undertake chargeback, and we're putting it in, you want to put it in the community standards bylaw so that anyone reading it knows that that's a possibility. I think it should apply to everything, not just construction cleanup. Like, you know, if we can charge back for mowing people's lawns or charge back for cleaning up snow, like, why don't we just put that as a standard statement in the community standards bylaw, that violation of any of these things in the community standard bylaw could result in chargeback? Like, does that, it just seems really odd to me to have it as kind of a one-off just under construction. So I'm not sure if that's sorry.
Yeah,
Marta,
we're
on
in
the fly.
debate, so we can't
Okay,
interject.
okay.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, we can't go to admin now. Counselor Clark?
Yeah, and I'll comment to Councillor Kortash's commentary. I think, we're focused right now on construction debris. If ultimately we want to change the community standards bylaw with respect to other things, then I think that has to be addressed at a different time. But I will be supporting this because I think the clearer we are to our developers and our builders, and even our homeowners who may ultimately have a disposal bin on their front lawn because they're doing a renovation, I think the clearer we are, the better.
Thank you, Counselor Clark. Counselor McKay?
Yeah, I wasn't going to jump into this, but in reality, just due to the comments, the power to pass bylaws exists through Municipal Government Act. I mean, that's just the overriding authority that grants a municipality the authority to do anything. So that's the overarching. So whether you want to write it in any, legislatively, I'm not sure. I mean, basically, probably the preamble of every bylaw contains something where the power of providing this bylaw is granted under the Municipal Government Act. So I don't think I think we would just confuse people more than actually providing them the clarity that I think I'm hearing everybody say. So I'm not going to support this.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other comments, so we can go to a vote. Oh, you get to close, sorry.
I get to close. So the reason why I added the MGA is based on the feedback from administration, which says that in order for the city to enter private property, appropriate notice must be given with the MGA, and they have to remedy the matter within 14-day appeal to council, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I put that in there. It wasn't because I just love to reference the MGA. It's just because I wanted to recognize that there are steps and that the city's not coming in 2 business days to clean up, that we're now going to begin the process, or that we may begin the process, and there will still be a delay even if we choose to come in and do it. We can do this regardless. What this does is, first of all, it gives parameters so that the builders understand how much time they have to do it, so that the development, MECF doesn't come back tomorrow. They get a little bit of time to address it. And the second thing is it just provides a clarity. As staff said, they can do this with the current rules. What this does is puts it in one location so that people can understand this is what's going to happen and this is the process you should expect if you choose to violate the construction waste bylaw. So that is why I have it in there. And the MGA is specifically just to recognize the fact that staff has said we can't just say we're going in. And with reference to the how we just go after everybody, and I quite frankly thought they become like a police state. If someone didn't mow their lawn enough, we come after and we mow it, we do, et cetera. The city doesn't have the staff to go around doing all of the maintenance for every single household that doesn't seem to want to do it. Even if we wanted to bill it, we don't have the staffing for that. But what we do have is, in this situation, construction has a lot of waste, just the nature of the whole beast. And so when this happens, it can have a profound effect if it starts blowing around, et cetera. So, and the cleanup for this can be substantial. to try to actually address it. So that is why we are putting it in here that we can do it if they don't. Because ultimately, what I don't want to see is just a developer not doing it and then just getting fined repeatedly and nothing is changing. My goal here is not to find developers. My goal here is to have no construction waste littering around when we have a construction area. And so that is why I wanted to make sure that we had some clarity. They had some parameters, so they have clarity as well. And I think the one thing that developers are always looking for is clarity. And so that they know exactly what time frame they have. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can move this to a vote. And that motion passed. Oh, Jesus moves quick. With all in favor, and Councillor Mackay and Councillor Cortesh opposed. Thank you. Next.
The next one is 7.
So we're just getting that one up on the screen. That's not the right one up on the screen right now. That's just the one we did. So this is the one related to specified penalty amounts that are escalating fines within a specified period of time. So Councillor Hughes, I just rewrote it into legislative language, but the intent is over the 6-month period for violations of the new construction waste sections of the community standards bylaw. First offense would be at 1,000, second at 2,000, and third 5,000 within a 6-month period.
Correct. Can we modify that to 3 months from 6? I was thinking of it before and I'm. Okay. Thank you. So it will be that bylaw 11/2026 be amended to add penalty amounts for repeated violations of offenses under sections 52B1 and 52B2 of the community standards bylaw over the same 3-month period, with the first offense set at 1,000, second offense set at 2,000, and 5,000 for the third offense.
Thank you very much. Questions for administration? Councillor Mackay?
Refresh my memory. Do we have escalating fines on any of our current bylaws? I mean, I know we've looked at trying to do this or maybe kick this or can around a little bit around how do we delineate between first, second, and third offenses. That's why we chose to go through a compulsory court appearance, I believe, isn't it? I mean.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, that's correct. If this passes, this will be the only bylaw that we have right now that has that escalating process. It is possible, and a lot of other municipalities do this. However, there is a prosecution challenge that can occur where we now have to, in order to do the second offense, we have to prove that the first offense took place as well. So it could complicate that a little bit. But that's the rationale as to why we haven't done it in the past.
Yeah, I'm quite familiar with when you have to serve notice that you've basically have already given them a warning and or a fine. And believe me, it's not as easy as saying, well, you were fined and you paid or you didn't pay. It's the legal complexities of it. They're saying, well, this is an entirely different offense, and therefore why am I being penalized for the second offense when this is an entirely a new offense? So that's why it's always better under the court system to create a mandatory court appearance through legal means, and then that kind of is a lot neater. So I'm just kind of ready. I guess it's more of a comment, but it's my experience that that's a better legislative process to deal with some of these issues that can consume a great amount of time and legal opinion. And I'm looking to you just to say, is that's kind of confirming that? It's just more of a yes or no, unless I misspoke.
No, you've captured that accurately from our experience.
Is that all, Councillor McKay? Okay, Councillor Cortesh? Okay, we will move it to debate.
Okay. So Councillor Mackay, I hear what you're saying. I don't know how I'm going to vote on my own motion now. But the intention behind this, and the reason why I said 3 months is because I know that like Spruce Grove has say, was mentioned they did 12. But that basically means that if it, by the 3 months, it makes it less likely, I guess, that we would be doing higher fine amounts unless this person's a serious issue and they're basically not responding to the requests. So the shorter time frame is to, again, give some kind of latitude until, and if it continues to be a problem, we can increase the number. But it is that if we were to say the same time over 12 months, it's more likely that you'd have second and third offenses if there is a problem. So allowing that 3-month reset allows us to, I would call it a softer approach to a escalating fine situation. But at the same time, they need to understand that if they don't do it and then they come back and 2 weeks later, it's still there, it's a second offense and the fines will be increasing to, again, this is about motivating to make sure that it's not only handled, but handled properly. So that was the intention behind this.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Clark.
Thank you.
Oh, that.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Whether, I mean, my comment was just going to be in response is all in the sense that I understand that in the intent and I recognize that, but the legislative realities and the ability to actually create an enforcement action isn't quite as simple as that. And it's much easier if we just allow the existing kind of process to go through, because you're really creating something that's extremely difficult to identify and then prosecute if you've got an escalating kind of a scale for all the kind of the comments I made before. So what the challenge is, and you know, part of what you're trying to do, I think, with some of your motions is to make it easier and make it clearer when this really throws a little bit of wrench into the kind of the process. When you have clear kind of authority, when you give your a municipal enforcement officer the discretion to go on and deal with it and then say, here's your $1,000 fine. If you don't comply, the next one, we might give you another one because it might be a separate offense, but we still hold the ultimate ability to give you a compulsory court appearance where it's taken in court. So what we end up doing is actually adding a lot of administrative and investigative challenges and difficulties by kind of creating these multiple layers of offenses. And I don't think we get what you're trying to achieve. I think the current way we do it is the most appropriate way, just from an ease of investigative ability, plus also it gives the discretion to the member to be able to actually look at how they can actually move this forward in a proper investigative and enforcement action.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your comments, Councillor Mackay. I'm going to support this simply because I hope that we never have to get to this point. But I think it's a clear direction to those involved that may be contributing to the debris that we've seen from our resident that has been gracious enough to show us what's happening out in our community when we don't know about it. And I think I'm hoping that this is not a punishment, that it actually attains the goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll move it to Councillor Hughes to close. I don't have any other comments.
Well, I'll tell you, Councillor McCarthy, I think you talked me into voting against the motion. I think that for the simplicity factor, and as I was thinking about, in your words, unintended consequences, I don't want to bog down the MEC officers further to trying to figure out what date it was that they had the last offense. So I don't want people getting bogged down in paperwork. And I do think that the $1,000 fine is still substantial enough that they might pay attention. So at this point, I'm thinking just from a practical standpoint, while I still do not want to see repeated offenses, I'm concerned about and I realize this is my motion, but that being said, I can be talked out of anything. And I'm thinking I think I'm going to be voting against my own motion at this point. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. This motion failed unanimously. Thank you. We will now move on.
Every MES officer thanks you.
Okay, so it's number 8, right?
So for this one, we didn't change the wording
Okay.
at all. So we'll just put up on the screen what Counselor Hughes had emailed in.
Okay. So I'm wondering if we can put 8 and 9 together, Mayor, unless somebody wants to split them, because they're very related and I just want to go home sometime tonight. Which is that all construction, excavation materials related to construction be confined to the construction site, and owners and occupants of residential premises ensure that all building materials stored in the property are stacked or stored in an orderly manner. They're very common, so you can vote against or for both of them. I don't see probably wanting to do one or the other.
Yeah, we'll just need a moment to combine them
Sure.
if that's okay.
You lose one vote and you leave. Man.
So
We-
they're
well,
both
you're-
up?
what- Can I ask a question while we move them together? It's just a kind of a general question because I'm just looking on page 78, 77, 78, and I thought administration had captured the intent under the new subsection 5 to subsection B2. So why would we need to move this if it's already in the bylaw?
Many of the
Amended-
items
amenda.
that we're bringing forward are already somewhere found in one of the bylaws.
Yep,
And I
but-
understand that the statement that they have in there is, but it's also all encompassing. I'm putting it, you can vote against it. But the reason I want is I want it absolutely clear when they bring it forward. This is just about redundancy and clarity. I get it, that we could say it is in this giant umbrella, but I also want to have it so that when they read it, they go, oh, okay, so they're meaning this, they're meaning that. So is there some redundancy in there? Potentially. But does that mean that we shouldn't be specifically stating it so that they understand what we mean? I think that that's why I'm bringing it forward anyway. Because many of them, they said it were redundant, but that doesn't mean I don't think that it shouldn't still be explicitly stated.
Okay.
Thank you very much. So I don't believe there's any other questions for administration, so we can move this to debate.
I just did debate.
Okay. Is there any comments from council? Nope. Thank you.
I was
Yeah,
just gonna
go
say,
ahead.
I think the bylaw already says almost exactly this. It already says this.
Okay, we can move it to a vote, please. Thank you. And that motion passed 4-3. Man, this. With Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortesh, and Councillor Patrick opposed. Myself, Councillor Bermanski, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Hughes in favor.
So I'm skipping number 10 and 11. So number 12 is that construction waste containers be maintained at or below approximately 80% capacity and kept in proper working condition.
Thank you very much.
So I'm sorry, we're just getting that motion up on the screen. So we just have it written in legislative language, but if it passed, it would be that it would be a contravention of the bylaw to have a waste receptacle filled more than 80%.
So administration amend bylaw 11/2026 by adding a new section 17.1 as follows. 17.1, a new subsection 52B3 is added as follows. Any waste receptacle at more than 80% capacity.
Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Just a quick question. When we first talked about this a couple of weeks ago, we were worried about how do you determine 80%, but then I understand looking at kind of your work, your graph that you've identified, you believe that, is it now your belief that you can manage this or you can identify this?
Or does it need to be specific, like we've just, like the 80% number? Because you've identified, sorry, just in case, just to be more clear, you just said the intent of this clause exists within the proposed bylaw and that all construction debris must be placed in a covered waste container, and we prove that. And should there be any construction debris that is not covered, it will be deemed a violation. So, but now you've added the complexity of 80%. So are we saying the same thing here? Because you're saying it has to be in there, but now we're saying if it's not 80%, I'm just confused here. Or are you, can you determine 80% of a bin?
So thank you for the question. From administration's perspective, the recommendation was not to have this in here, was to have what we have before you today. However, the alternative wording that we've provided would still allow, from an enforcement perspective, to do enforcement. It just makes it a little bit more challenging from a prosecution standpoint. I think to Councillor Hughes's earlier point from a previous council meeting, what we would have to do is to determine that 80%, we would almost have to be over, 100%. It would have to be at or over, because if it's below and it's 90%, that's going to be pretty hard to prove in court. We would have to do the extreme.
Yeah, okay. I'm just putting my investigator hat on here again. And so depending on the type of construction material, you could have wood, drywall, other things that potentially could be put in and stood up and would give the impression that it was actually outside of the bin. So it would be therefore, I mean, the practical response to that would be you would cut it or smash it down and fill up the bin. But in reality, that's not happening. So, I mean, I'm just saying, this just adds what I was saying previously. This just adds to the complexity of an MES officer. And you're right, he would probably, or they would probably choose just not to enforce the 80%, but just say you're overflowing. So obviously you're above 80%. But standing in front of a judge or a court, and they would say, well, but the bin wasn't 80%. It would just look like it was 80% because it wasn't packed. It wasn't whatever. Like, I mean, there's just all sorts of introduction of potential reasons to not convict. So I don't like the 80%. So, I mean, I see the challenge for you. So I'm sorry, I apologize. I was a little bit more in comment and debate, but I see the challenge. So I won't debate.
Thank you, Councillor Patrick. Just questions for administration right now. Okay, we will move this now to opening debate, please.
Okay, thank you. So the reason for the 80% was because when it hits 101, it's much more obvious. And I didn't want to say, one of the things you say is it full? And how do you define full? And so the challenge, I don't want to sit here debating whether it's 101, 103, or 98. And that's why the 80% came into play. Because if we're getting past the 100 mark, it's clearly past the 80 mark. My intention is not that MEC officers go around and start inspecting to see if it's at 80% or 81% or 90% for that matter. This is just so that we have some clarity that when you're saying like go, it's clearly past full, that it's now clearly past 80%. And instead of trying to debate what full is, we've given a parameter so that it is, if it's going past it and it's overflowing, it's overflowing. And it doesn't have to be overflowing to the point of excessiveness to be able to say that it's past it. That's the intention, be the 80%. Yeah, I don't expect, I'm thinking the MEC officers are reasonable men and women. So their intention is not to try to go there and start inspecting garbage containers. Their intention is simply so that it's indisputable in the event that it is overflowing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patrick.
I'm feeling a little bit like I want to support this one, but I'm worried about that 80%. And I'm wondering, and maybe I should have said this when we could talk to admin, but almost wondering if maybe it should have been like that the bin could close, like that the lid could fully close instead of 80%. But yeah, I'm just struggling with that, like, especially thinking about like our municipal enforcement and how how they'll determine that. But I also want to support this. So I'm feeling a little bit like I don't know what to do, how to vote on that. But that's it. That's my comment.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to support this because I think deeming a bin full is also subjective. So if our ME officer takes a photo of things that are jumping out of the bin and, you know, it's obviously past 80%, we have some ability to enforce. We have the teeth to be able to say you are past the 80%. We have the teeth to be able to say your bin was full if it's at 101%. So I'm going to be supporting this.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bermansky?
Thank you. And again, for Councillor Hughes, I'm a little bit, I don't know which way to vote for this one. At 80%, that builder could have 20% more garbage at the end of the day that he needs to get in that bin to close off the end of the day or whatever. And I think if you've got that boundary of, well, I'm at 80 or where I'm at, I don't know what to do with this. Where am I putting this? And it might encourage, you know, not doing things properly. If it could be the top of the bin rather than 80%, that might be doable. 20% of a garbage bin that size seems like a lot of variance room. So again, I'm torn on this one as well.
Thank you very much. I would maybe just offer that when this came up last time, the waste companies manage this on their own because they don't pick up bins if they're overflowing. That's also why they have the covers on the backs of the trucks to do that. I think it's adding cost to developers and builders by, you know, having them only go to 80% when waste management is a significant portion of a construction site. So unfortunately, I can't support this in that sense. But I believe we're going to achieve a lot of this through other means with enforcement on site with proper handling of garbage. So I will, Councillor Bermansky, you added yourself again. Did you have anything else? Oh, perfect. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Councillor Hughes to close.
Sure. I mean, I'm not married to anything, so, you know, if you don't want to vote for it, don't vote for it. It's fine. The concern, this is the challenge, is we're actually working with odd shaped items. So if you say it has to be closed or has to be covered, then if you do have like sticks that are longer, then that suddenly it's a violation. And if you say it's covered, then you can still have it covered and have a giant tarp over it going 5 feet above the air for that matter, if you chose. So there's like so many what ifs in trying to handle this. And that's why I'm not saying it has to be closed or it has to, you know, because it can be covered and still be overflowing. Technically, it could be, there's so many other things. And I also don't want to have it where they can't dispose of it because they're concerned about an odd shape and it's poking above it. I mean, all those things are coming into play. So the reason why I said the 80 was, again, so that if it is not at 101, it was at 120, it's 130, that it's clearly violating it. This is not our concern is not trying to nitpick this. Our concern is just trying to get the garbage to go in the bin. That, like, this is as challenging as this. When you're at home, you got to put the garbage in the garbage can and you got to keep the garbage can closed, right? It's the same rule as applies to this. So I'm not intending them to say, well, we have up to 100%, so therefore we can't put garbage in. That I would suspect that nobody is going to go around and start complaining about that. This is going to be complaint based. It's going to be when it's obvious and it's visible. So that was the intention behind it, so that there's no dispute about, or hopefully less dispute. And whether this passes or doesn't, like I said, it's okay. If it does pass, I would love to hear back from Aaron and your staff in a year from now to see if there's any issues that need to be reconsidered in the motion. So either way.
Thank you very much. We can move it to a vote, please. Pardon me, that motion failed 4-3 with myself, Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Mackay, and Councillor Patrick opposed, and Councillor Hughes and Councillor Cortesh in favor. Thank you.
So the next question, motion, before I bring it forward, I just wanted to talk to staff for a second about the question of the motion. So it is that the enforcement officers be authorized to issue violations to any responsible party, including developers, owners, contractors, or other responsible persons involved in the construction activity. So the feedback was that it's already covered in this bylaw. So the reason why I put this forward, and so I'm just trying to figure out how to make sure that I won't bring it forward if the loop has been closed enough. But my understanding is sometimes you'll complain to the developer and he'll say, well, it's the contractor's problem. And then the contractor will go, oh, well, it's developer owns the land. And then the builder will be like, and so they can place the pass the potato on the who's the blame game. And I'm not sure, the intention here is that we could issue it to anybody, and if whoever we issue it to, if it's related to that land, they're equally responsible in addressing it. That's the intention behind this. So that if it's the developer and he says it goes to, like, everybody's got an equal say in making sure that this is happening properly. We don't just keep deferring it, the responsibility. So how are we handling it, or how will we be handling it?
So thank you for the question. So the way the community standards bylaw is written, and there's really no way around it for this, is that everything is linked back to the owner of the property. So if a developer owned a piece of land that they were doing some kind of work on, I think that's pretty rare, because usually they'll sell it to a builder to build the house. And this is what we're talking about, is kind of the construction debris in the house. So we would pull a land title for that property, and it would be very clear to us that it's the owner of the property, so it's the builder. So they would be given the notice and held responsible for any violations. It wouldn't be a developer issue. I think where we see the kind of blame game happening, and sometimes not sure whose it is, happens when the debris leaves the property and goes onto city land or developer land or city land that is under a development agreement. And the community standards bylaw does not address those matters. So the community standards bylaw is about private property on a construction site, and it's very clear to enforcement as to who the owner is. And in that regard, it's very easy for us to figure out who's responsible and issue the ticket to that person, that company, that builder, or if we witness litter or behavior from a trade person there, we can even issue a ticket to them because they're occupying it. So our wording in our bylaw is very robust in that regard. So I hope that helps answer that question, but regardless of that, it does not address when it comes off of that land onto city property that is under a development agreement. That the development agreement will then take precedent as to, what is the agreement of the developer? What were they supposed to do and not do? And then what's the city's responsibility in cleaning that up? That will still apply or be there in some shape or form.
Okay, so if this motion were to pass, that wouldn't change anything then, would it?
No, it wouldn't. You're correct.
Okay, so my other question then is, because that's the problem we have, is that it can, let's say we got a bunch of plastic and it blows away and it goes into our trees. Now it's off property, now it's our problem, right? So what I'm looking at right now is that we have a solution for if there's waste on the property that's spilling over, before it blows away, we can address it. But once it blows away, we don't have a mechanism. That's what I'm hearing.
We do have a mechanism, but we do not have an enforcement mechanism where we can give them a ticket. And it really comes down to the fundamentals of an investigation and what can be proven in court. So it's, that piece of paper or that plastic, you have to then link that to that particular property. And that's very challenging to do, especially if it's a block or 2 blocks away, even though it could be the exact same plastic, the exact same insulation. We cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law that that is there. Now, civil court's different, but what we're talking about is same court and the same tests that have to be applied. So from that regard, we're not going to be able to hold an owner responsible unless an officer, which would be extremely rare, was sitting there at the pond and saw a piece of material come off of the property and blow over onto city land. Well, then that would be easy to issue the ticket there.
So let's say it were to blow off of their land, not onto city land, but it's just like it's on the street. It's on another vacant lot. We, under what we have right now, we also couldn't address it, or would it go to the developer?
again, we can still address it. It's just addressed differently. From a community standards bylaw, could we hold that developer responsible, or that not the developer, the property owner responsible once it leaves? If we don't have evidence to link it to, we cannot.
But if it's their whole, like it's their property, like this, I'm doing acres and acres and acres of stuff, right? So the developer is still overseeing that whole set of property, even if the builders and construction people are specific to one location, the developer is overseeing the whole property. So that's what the intention behind this was, is if it flew into another piece of the area that the developer was still, it's still in the developer's realm, that they could still, that it's still their responsibility, like is what I'm trying to accomplish. You can tell me how it can be done or whatever, is it blows over and then I feel like since it leaves the property line now, it's not their problem. And the problem we're having with the majority of the waste is it's leaving the property line and then it's not getting picked up. And then that becomes our problem again. So if we were to put this forward, could we actually have it include the developer if it fell within their general area?
So if that theoretical piece of garbage went and landed on the developer's own property, that they own it and that they are responsible for it, then we can hold them accountable for that construction debris on their property.
With or without my motion?
With or without. But if that is city-owned land, then
no.
it's the cities that's responsible for that because they're the property owner. And if it's under a development agreement, there could be provisions within there that the developer has to do that, but that's a different enforcement mechanism. It's not an actual bylaw and it's not something that goes to court. It's through whatever the provisions within the agreement are.
Okay, I have one more question. Thanks for putting up with this. So we've chosen to address this problem through community standards bylaw. If we were to do a separate bylaw that was construction waste bylaw, pull everything out that's relevant and make it its own, would we still be under the same level of restrictions?
I believe so, yes. Fundamentally, I think what I'm hearing you say, Counselor, is that you want to hold the developer responsible for their whole entire area, regardless of whether or not they own the property or not. And I've never seen a bylaw like that in Alberta. So we'd have to take that back and do some research, and I don't know what the implications of that would be, but I do not believe that it's possible because it's just that we haven't seen that.
Because this is my challenge, and so tell me if it's being addressed or not, because this is my challenge, is that like as soon as it gets off the property, it's like it's home free. Like it's, as far as responsibility goes, it's now home free on responsibility. It's all our problem. And I'm trying to figure out how it blows off, because we had a massive wind yesterday because we thought we'd get 9 feet of snow. And anything that blew off there now is now our problem. And I just don't know how to continue to make sure that they are responsible and they don't just turn a blind eye, because otherwise you have to literally be sitting there watching to make sure that the garbage is being maintained properly, because the minute it's not, if the cover is open and it blows off, it's still going to be just our problem. They could leave the cover open, it could all blow away, they put the cover back on, and they're off the hook. Like, I'm not saying people do it intentionally, but this could happen. So is there actually a way to address this, or because other communities have this, and that's why I'm trying to figure out why it would be impossible here.
Yeah, so maybe I could just offer
Yeah.
a bridging comment and obviously the team can dump it, because I understand your intent completely. I
Yeah.
think there's a couple of pieces. One is you've already been addressed and you've been sort of reinforcing it, is ideally you don't have to deal with it because you've prevented it from blowing away in the first instance, right? And so prevention is worth an ounce of cure, to quote my grandmother, right? And so, a big part of this is trying to set the conditions so that it doesn't blow away. Now, it's blown away, right, in your situation. I think, again, before MES goes around and starts issuing tickets, that you start working with the developer, and we've actually got a fairly good relationship and compliance, right? And that would be the sort of next step. So neither of those gets after the sort of the fundamental piece of what you're asking about, the ability to strictly enforce it. But those would be the first two steps that ideally prevent us from getting to a widespread issue. Now I'll turn the actual question you asked back over to Aaron.
Thank you. And I was actually just going to paraphrase something very similar, is that the intent is about that's some of our challenges that we talked about as a cross-functional team internally, is how do you realistically solve this challenge? And it comes down to prevention. And I'll just draw a couple of other quick, very other analogies, right? There's cigarette butts, there's litter in the parks, there's things that happen where individuals are responsible for that litter, but as a city, we're now responsible and can't always track who exactly did that dumping or provided that litter. Dog feces is another example where we still have to have some expenses to clean up dog feces, even though we try to put that on the owner. So I think it's inevitable that this will occur. But everything that we've put into the provisions, into the recommendations of this bylaw will all help towards preventing that to a lesser degree, so that hopefully there is no large expenses or unreasonable expenses on the city to maintain that.
Okay, I'll leave this one for now, Mayor. We'll worry about this next year. The number 14, I wasn't necessarily going to bring it forward, but that 14 is to post a sign on the construction sites that gives a place that they can submit complaints. And the response was that you've made it a condition of development permit to advertise the address and contact information. And my question was, which address and contact information is what do they have to post?
And actually, my apologies, Councillor Hughes and Council, there was a mistake with this particular one in the agenda report. We can't actually make that a condition of the development permit. We'd have to bring back the land use bylaw. So going back to our principle of trying to streamline it within the community standards bylaw, I think there's suggested wording around adding this provision into the community standards bylaw.
Okay, can we see it? Okay, that was the last one.
We're just getting it up on the
It's all
screen.
good. Okay.
It's a little long, but it would add a requirement to put up a sign, which has the wording there up on the construction sites into the community standards bylaw.
Okay, I'm just thinking for a minute.
And sorry, Councillor Hughes and the rest of council, if this does pass, we will have to add a definition of construction activity as well, which we do have ready. I could put it up on the screen right now.
I would like to see what the construction activity is.
Okay, so we'll just get that up on the screen as well.
And sorry, Councillor Hughes, just to confirm your intent on this. And so when you were talking about contact information, we've got the
that's it.
complaint. That's what you're aiming at. You weren't looking
Yeah.
at the contact info for the developer to call them. Okay.
Unless it would be better that they contacted them and complain to them first. Just waiting to see, because my concern is I don't want to be where we just have these signs everywhere because somebody did renovations to their garage or something and suddenly we've got signs posting everywhere. So that's why I'm just looking to see if I still want to bring it forward or I want to think about it for any changes later. Hmm.
So that definition of construction activity is quite broad. But from an administrative standpoint, we weren't really sure how to define it, to just limit it to the big developers and builders. So that is any activity that requires a development permit.
Which to your point would include
Like
stuff
everybody.
happening on a single family lot property, right? I'm redoing
Right.
something on
So
my house.
let me ask you this. If we were not to do this, I'm gonna let these guys chat it up for a second. I'll look at you, Mr. Fletcher. Could we make it easier on the website to post a complaint if they had one? Because I look at like Spruce Grove and they have like, if you have a complaint, please just go directly here and this is the form to fill out and it goes to MEC and then it gets issued. So is there an opportunity to just make it easier on the website to actually let people know, because I think that one of the challenges that people have had is that they don't know where to go to even issue it. And when you go to like spruce it up, sometimes it doesn't feel like it's being acted on. And maybe it was and we aren't aware, but there's just, it doesn't feel like it's being acted on.
So what I can share is that within the last probably few months, I believe we did this late December, early December, we have a whole online bylaw complaint process now that is completely streamlined, and there's been some social media around that, and we are planning on continuing that throughout the summer, and believe that the ability to provide a complaint online is a lot easier. It is not through Spruce It Up anymore. There's an online direct link to our records management system in MES. So it's quite easy now, I believe, from a resident's perspective to go on there and deal with that. So I believe that's already been taken care of, but it's probably going to take some time to get some traction around that and get it to be common knowledge of residents, because they're likely used to the old process.
And if I could just add, I think Councillor Hughes, like as part of our sort of rollout of option 3 in terms of the enhanced communication strategy, this will absolutely be a component of that, is making it easier to submit complaints and for people to have an understanding of sort of what legislation is pertinent in these developing neighborhoods.
Okay. I think that I'm not going to bring it forward, Mayor, because I don't want to have every single person who wants to put up a fence have to go and get a 16 by 24 sign purchase just to be able to put it up. And that would just cause inadvertently more waste. So with how, and I appreciate how you were trying to solve the problem. I understand it. It's just, I'm thinking that this, after we've seen all of this, it seems like this would be more work than what we want to do. And I don't want to discourage people from renovating their homes or putting up a new deck if they need to, or something like that, just because of an extra sign that they have to now go out and purchase. So what we'll do is we'll leave it again and we'll get to see how the responses are, because what I'm hoping is that in a year from now, we can get an update on that annual report to see how effective our current strategy is and then go from there. So that's it for that. I think those are all of them for the bylaw. Then we have some that are outside of the bylaw, correct?
Okay.
Do you want me to do, like, number
Sure.
15 is outside the bylaw?
So I would recommend canvassing the rest of council to see if there are any amendments, any further amendments to the community standards bylaw. And if there are none, then we can go ahead and do second reading and then unanimous consent for third reading and third reading. And then we can move to the other motions that are not related to the bylaw.
So what Marta said.
So now we're just going to vote on second reading
Yeah.
as amended.
Yes.
We'll just get second reading up on the screen and we'll just need a counselor to make that motion.
I can do it if you want.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the bylaw 11/2026 be read a second time as amended.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you. And I'd ask for someone to make a motion for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Councillor Mackay, thank you.
Yeah, hang on here. That unanimous consent be given for the consideration of third reading of bylaw 11/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. And now I'd ask for Councillor to bring forward third reading.
You want me to bring that one? Let's wait for it to come on the screen. Okay. The bylaw 11/2026 be read a third time. I just have something quickly to say on this.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. So some of the changes that we were considering, we didn't bring forward. Some of them we didn't vote for. But that's just so that the development committee understands we are trying to work through and try to be cooperative about this. But at the same time, if we do not see substantial changes, I have no issues with coming back and making more clarity and doing more motivational situations to make sure that they understand that garbage in construction areas is to be treated with the same level of respect as every other person in St. Albert has to treat their garbage. And that I realize that there's a lot of garbage when you build a house. But at the same time, this is a community that really values living here. They value everything that comes from the quality of life that comes here. And when they're surrounded by garbage, it is not acceptable. And so I want to be absolutely clear that if we are not seeing results, I have no problem coming back to figure out what it will take to make sure that the garbage is being treated with the same level of respect that we have every other person. No one else can take their garbage and throw it in their front yard and let it blow over to the neighbor's yard and go, it's your problem, not mine. No one. And if you are a professional and you are building something and you can do it in another neighborhood, you can do it in St. Albert. So I'd like to be absolutely clear that I'm really hoping that these changes were enough to actually see that we are not seeing garbage blowing around, getting caught in a river valley, or being a situation where people who are living in new homes, which paid a pretty penny for those homes, I might add, are not sitting there living in garbage for 10 years while the homes around them are being built. So this is where we're at. We have a few more motions to bring forward. And I tried to make sure that we did not try to put extra burden on staff while trying to make sure that we are enforcing this. But I'm looking forward to seeing a change in behavior in our new areas and in any areas that are going for infill as well, so that the people who are living around those don't just have to live around the fact they're in a construction site, but now at least do not have to live around continual threat of having garbage blown onto their property and all around their sight line. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to vote. And that motion passed unanimously. I'll just call for maybe a 10-minute break here for everybody, if that's okay. Thank you. Okay. We're gonna endeavor to carry on. Hopefully be out of here by the end of the month. And we'll. The grass is green. Yeah, we will now move to outside of the community standards bylaw, and I'll move it to Councillor Hughes.
Okay, somewhere it went away, so let me come back. So it is that administration provide council an update for how the construction debris management plan will be part of any new or existing development agreements with costs and impacts to council for consideration by July 14th of 2026.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions for administration? Okay, Councillor Cortash.
Might be a question for Councillor Hughes. Just the way it's worded here. Provide council an update for how construction management plans will be part of existing. So are you asking that we add them so that they are part of agreements, or what that would look like if we did add them?
This is what I want them to do. So just so, and you can tell me if you need to reword this, Marta, because I understand. Is the recommendation was to look at the viability of it. I don't want to look at the viability. I want you to do it with the intention we're doing it and then tell me what the costs are. And if it's crazy, then we'll reconsider it. But I want it to be done with the intention that we are doing it. And tell me what the plan is and how we will be incorporating it and when. So I realize it's a relatively short time frame in the world of government, but I would like to know before the break, if possible. Like, I'm not kicking tires. We need to have a construction plan put in place and what we're doing to make it happen. That's the intention. But it will come back for us to say yes on July 14th, to say, yes, we agree with what you're doing. Go forward. That was
This is directing admin to prepare
to prepare
the necessary things to put this in place.
Yeah, not discuss whether or not it's viable, but to put it in place for us to approve it.
Okay, thank you.
And I understand that administration would typically do this outside of it, but this is just, if maybe for information only or something of that nature, but I do want to have council be aware of how we're moving forward on this agenda item. Does that make sense, Mr. Fletcher? You're nodding, so this is.
Yes,
a big
Councillor.
sign. Great.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe there's any other questions for admin. Move it to debate.
I think I might just debated it as well.
Yeah.
So that, like, this is, the intention is I want to see a construction debris management plan put forward so that we understand that and the development community understands that we are serious about it and that they have a plan. It does not have to be complicated. It just needs to be, this is how we're going to be handling the situation moving forward. And that way we are all on the same page on how it's doing it and it's not being considered a cavalier situation. Things have to change and that comes with planning. That's why.
Thank you very much. Is there any other comments? If not, Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to be supporting this. I don't believe that the amendments that we've just gone through give our bylaw, give enforcement any teeth to be able to deal with anything that blows off of a construction site. And I think that a construction debris management plan that ultimately places the responsibility back on developers and ultimately builders and their workers to keep the site free of debris that's going to leave the site, and then we don't have the ability to identify where that has come from. I think this is a good avenue. I'm not about enforcement. I'm hoping that this gives everyone the opportunity to step to the plate and be responsible, and that we ultimately don't have anything that we ultimately have to enforce because everybody's looking after everything. Thank you.
Maybe just question. I'm just trying to think of this in practice. A construction debris management plan. They're going to say, I have a garbage bin on my site. Like, I don't see, like, we're addressing it through the enforceability of they have to have now a cover. They have to be orderly, all of that. This just seems like an administrative exercise that ultimately is going to lead to them saying, we have a construction bin on our site. And I don't see that being, I just don't I see the redundancy in this, that they're gonna have to do that anyways, so it's just additional time and cost, I feel. And I think we're addressing it through other means that we've already talked about, so I would leave it to you for closing.
Sure. So the thing is, you can say you have a construction bin. How often are you changing it? Are you recognizing what's actually happening? Yeah, I know you can say, you're looking at me like, clearly you do it when it's full. Well, if they did it when it was full, before it was full, we wouldn't be sitting here discussing garbage waste issues. So is it like our construction plan is, it's going to be picked up every 4 days, whether it needs to be or not? Or is it a construction plan that's going to be done at different sections? I don't know, but there needs, I would like to administration to say what can be done or what's expected. This can be very simple. But the thing I also want to have in here is not just about like having the garbage. I mean, because they have to have, they're on site for 9 months. So this isn't just, I have a bin. And do you have a bin? Or is it going to be all this open stuff? But when they have to do a plan, it makes them have to think about it. And that's the intention, is that you say, I have it and I'm doing it. And now you're like, okay, I've actually said I'm doing it. That's what I'm looking for, Scott. And I understand that you may not agree with it, and that's okay. You guys can vote in favor in which way you want. But that was the intention behind this, and other communities do have it where they have to say they have a construction plan. So, and each section of the construction process has totally different waste. It has different types of fill rates, you know, like there's different things for when it's all framing versus when it's all flooring or all roofing. So I would just like to see something of like, tell us what other communities are doing, how they're managing it, and how much it would cost if we were to move forward with this. This is what I'm looking for, if it does pass. And it may seem like this is a lot, but quite frankly, the majority of the amendments we made are not super strong on making anything happen, as Councillor Clark said. So I would like to see them be proactive and say, I have a plan, and not just assume they have a plan and then have to work on this on a reactive basis. So that is why I'm trying to put the onus on them to think about it even before they put the first shovel in the ground.
I appreciate that. I guess my question then would be, because the predictability to a construction management plan is like, there is not.
Are we in
There's-
debate? Are we in debate?
Yeah.
Are you debating back? Are you just
Yeah.
countering? You looked like you were countering Councillor Hughes's
Yeah, I'd like to,
debate. If you're providing debate, then that's
Yeah.
appropriate, but like, I just thought you were arguing back and forth.
no, I just stating that I think the ability to predict a plan when development happens over a 9-month or 12-month period it's not static. There's tree protection plans that are static so that you protect trees in the boulevard and that are on site. And I understand that works. The predictability of trying to have a plan for garbage. I think we're gonna end up with, I have a garbage bin and I don't know when it's gonna be emptied because of the development season and how long that's gonna take. So I understand the intent. I just think from a practice perspective, it's an administrative exercise that is gonna be quite difficult. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
Am I closing now?
Yeah, you could, I
get
don't see
close?
anybody else. Yeah. go ahead.
Okay. This is an update about how it would be. And so if administration says this is just physically impossible, fine. If administration comes back and they have to put a check mark that says we actually are going to have waste garbage bins, and this is what we're using, fine. I don't know what it's going to be. I'm asking for an update, and then we'll see how it can and will be implemented. That's what it is. This is not actually making it happen. This is about bringing it forward and letting us know what they can do to try to make it happen. So I respect that, but it's my motion. Vote as you wish.
Thank you very much. We can go to vote, please. That motion passed 6-1 with everybody in favor. Yeah, and
Okay, my
Mayor
next
Olivier.
motion
Thank you.
is that administration further investigate the viability of entering into agreements or other legal processes that will require developers to maintain and clean up public property within and adjacent to the development area by July 14th, 2026. My question to you on this, Mr. Fletcher, because of the whole legal and maybe some research, is the timeline on that. Do you need more time?
I'm looking at the team, they're nodding. I don't know how long it will take, Counselor.
Can I give you to January, Aaron? Would that be enough if I give you to January to look at it? I realize that you will. I want it done right, not, like, you can do fast, right, or cheap, and we got to pick two. And cheap was already out.
Yeah, I think if you give us until January, that provides us an opportunity to look at this a little further. And then if needed, we can come back to council at least prior to that if we don't have all the answers.
Okay.
There's
Okay,
a lot of research that needs to be done on this.
Can we change it to January 31st then of 2027? Okay. In the event that you require more time for some reason, I'll give you some. I'm just thinking maybe I should say Q1 of 2027. That way let's do Q1 2027. I'm looking at you, Aaron, and you're like, thank you, Sheena. So, yeah, so that's the motion. So instead of January 31st, we'll just say Q1. So if it comes back by Q1, that goes into the end of March in the event that there's more time required. Okay.
Council Cortez, do you have questions for administration?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I plan on bringing forward a motion that addresses administrative, I don't know what to call these things. Action item number 6, which is the development of the security policy to establish provisions to have developers clean up nuisance sites. And so that's related to this motion. Are they different enough? Are they the same? Are they, if I bring that motion forward later, would these two things be combined together? Is that, yeah. What's admin's understanding?
I'll take a kick
yeah.
at this and I can be overruled, but I think, so again, council's passed the bylaw. Our intent is as part of the implementation of the revised community standards bylaw is to do an after action review this fall to determine, did this work, what worked well, what didn't, what should we do differently? So I think if council were to pass this motion and any other subsequent mechanics for us to bring back to council, we would probably just look at including most of that to the extent that we can within our after action review for council discussion deliberation.
Okay, thank you.
But I think to your point, there's two clear differences, right? I think in the intent of these, right? And so number 6, which is now part and parcel, you've passed it, right?
Oh, sorry, no, I was talking about that. So the one that's on page 52, we haven't passed yet. That was the one that was identified as one of the potential future action items.
Oh, sorry, I'm
Right.
confused as to
I
what
know,
number
it's
6.
lots of numbers.
I'm with you now. I will catch up eventually. Thank you, Councilor.
I think though, just to add a little bit further context, so there will be an after action review. It will consider any future things that we could have done that we hadn't done, and we'll bring those recommendations forward. So if there is a motion to update, I think it's a development security policy. If it aligned and said by the end of Q1 2027, it would align nicely with the one if this passed, so that the work could kind of all be done together.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's any other questions for admin, so we can move it to debate.
Yeah, this is just to look at whether or not it's viable. This is not a commitment of doing anything. It's just to let administration look at it and see what we can do legally. And the reason why I kept pushing back the date is because there is a bit more in the legality issue in our conversation with Mr. Giesbrecht earlier, where he was saying that if it blows off of the land and onto public or nearby land, that it's difficult to enforce. And this motion is to see if it's possible that we can create something so it can be enforceable. So with that, I want to give the right time so that we can hopefully come up with an answer so we can find a solution so that hopefully if it does go on there, that we can actually have public property cleaned up if we have some ability, but we don't know whether or not it's going to be viable or not. So this is to ask them to look into it and see if it is actually even an option that we could be considering in the future. That's it. We're not committing to anything. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't see that there's any other comments, so we can move this to, or you can close, or you've opened and closed. We'll move it to a vote, please. Thank you. There we go. That should pass unanimously. Perfect.
So the next motion I had was motion number 5, which was about doing the funding on an annual basis. I'm going to leave that one, quite frankly, because we're working on something else. And I don't, unless I'm reading it, my own motion incorrectly, but this was about we had something about the deposits. And so this one, the one I'm reading it, as I'm reading it again, the interpretation that you guys are getting is about putting in fees, correct? On number 5, the cleanup plan would have developers find funding on an annual basis. Hold on, maybe I still want it. I've just been so many motions, so please forgive me. So the intention, to administration, the intention I have is to both do either like put up a deposit, like, or, because I know there's also discussion about putting fees in as an annual fee or fees on top of all the building permits, which I'm not really in favor of doing. So when you read this, do you understand that it would be the intention of like, if we were to say we want you to upfront a $5,000 deposit for an overall development, that's the intention behind this, is how viable it would be, any of the other concerns you may have. Does that make sense to you, or does it, am I wording it differently than what I should have?
Thank you for the question. From our interpretation, it's basically a fee right on top of things. It's the way it's interpreted as written.
That's what I was, when I was reading it again, that's what I thought I had. So I didn't word it the way I want to, so I'm gonna leave that one, and we'll, when it comes back for an update, we'll worry about it then, about if we need to do a deposit. And the only other one I had, Mayor, is the last one, that administration provide council an annual report detailing the number of construction waste complaints received, the number of investigations conducted, fines issued, any enforcement measures taken during the previous calendar year.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for administration at this time? No. Okay, perfect. We can open with debate.
Sure. This is to let council actually just know on an annual basis where we're sitting. How is the report card doing on this? And we can also then provide data to any residents that are like, they're not doing anything. Well, we have the data to show that administration has been following up. This is what actions we have been taking. And it also makes sure that it's clear on everyone's radar that we're looking for accountability on this to make sure that behaviors are changing. Ultimately, what I'd love to see is that we don't have any fines, but or any complaints. But what I'm expecting is that if this bylaw is enough to actually change behavior, that within a year, the number of complaints we're going to start seeing a decrease, because behaviors will change when they recognize there's going to be consequences to them. So initially, there might be more work for MES officers, but I'm expecting that as it comes forward, that number should go down, and that would be a good thing, because it means that we actually just have less garbage flowing around. So, but that being said, I think that we need to know how we're doing on this to see how, if we need to take other measures or anything needs to be changing on this type of thing. And that only comes if we get an annual report, so that we can actually make sure that it's on our radar. It's really easy to forget something that we passed a year or two ago. People will ask something, they'll be like, hey, what happened on that? And I'm like, I totally forgot that we did that, because as you know, we were past 500 things in one meeting. And so this will make sure that it stays on our radar, to make sure that if additional measures need to be happening or anything needs to be happening, council is fully aware of it. That's the intention. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I don't see there's any other comments, so we can move this to a vote. That motion passed 6-1 with Councillor Cortesh being opposed. Okay, I believe that concludes 8.2, and I will turn it over to Mr. Fletcher for 8.3, bylaw 15.
Mr. Mayor, I've got some motions as well.
Oh, okay. Let's get going.
I did. I emailed it. Yeah, I did. I did email them to you, I think. Yeah, I know. Hang on, we'll get, so the first one is, the admin, potential future action item number 6. And that's that admin, develop security policy amendments, establish provisions to withhold funds or draw upon them to ensure developers clean up nuisance sites. So I guess I'll put that out there, and if there's no questions, I'll speak to it.
I don't believe there's any. Oh, Councillor McKay.
I apologize for everybody, but this, to me, this is more prescriptive than the previous one that Councillor Hughes and that we've kind of added, because I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, and maybe administration, I mean, this actually directs you to provide provisions versus researching whether or not we can do provisions. That's my interpretation of the motion we passed. Yeah. So this is then more prescriptive in saying we're going to add them. Is that the intent of your motion?
Yeah, I'd like to do it.
Yeah, okay. And I'd like to find out more information on that first. So I mean, if this motion passes, we would come back with a backgrounder, which would have basically the same information? Is that correct? Or would that be, are the two motions different? And I know Councilor Cortash did ask this question, but now that I see it, it does look, one's very prescriptive and one is more research-based.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we would come back with a backgrounder with pretty much the same information, maybe a little bit more information from Build as well on the negative impacts of it.
Thanks. Sorry, we've been here a long time.
Okay, no other questions for administration, so we can move it to Councillor Cortash Schultz.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I understand it, we currently collect the security deposit or deposit from developers. It just doesn't include construction waste. And so the purpose of this motion is to add construction waste and cleanup is one of the reasons that we can withhold that deposit. And so I'd like to prepare, go through the necessary steps to prepare that that regulation and to add that to what we're doing. I understand that one of the arguments against this is the enforceability of it. And you'd say, well, geez, we can't prove exactly, we've got all this garbage next to a certain development and you can't prove where it's come from. So it makes it a little harder to enforce. But that being said, I mean, literally some of the garbage has the name of the developers and the builders right on it. And you can't, I just, maybe it's a little bit stubborn of me, but you walk by these areas, there's no question where the garbage is coming from, like absolutely no question. So if a developer wants to do, if we put this in there and we withhold funds because they've made a mess of our parks and surrounding area and we hold back a security deposit from a developer and they want to not pay that and they want to challenge us in court, I'd love to see them argue that that's not, that all that garbage right next to their development is not theirs. Like to me, this is just so obvious and they need to be held accountable. We heard earlier that developers are holding builders within their own development accountable by doing this exact same thing. They're holding back securities and charging builders to clean up their site. There's no reason why we can't do the same thing to developers that are having their development, the garbage from their development come into our parks that we're cleaning up. So yeah, that's it.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I'm going to be supporting this because at the end of the day, I'm hoping that the construction debris management plan and all of the changes that we've ultimately made today will address, and the developers and builders will ultimately be keeping a clean site and we won't have to deal with this again. So I think this might be putting the cart before the horse, and I think it might be a little more prescriptive than we need to be right now until we see what the end result is from the changes we've already made. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes.
So you guys can just nod, but are we going to actually, let's say this motion fails, like it was brought forward as a consideration for next year. So regardless of whether or not this motion is here, was it still going to be up for discussion for next year, or does it need to be prescriptive to have it happen?
Sorry, are we in debate or are we?
We are, but this is a kind of
Are you
important.
okay, Mayor, if we answer the question? That it would be part of the after action.
So it would happen either way. Yes?
Well, I don't know if it would happen either way. It would depend on the results of the after action, and
Right.
kind of where we sat as to whether we'd recommend proceeding with it or not.
I see. Okay. Because I understand the intention, but I also don't want to have to do it if it's not necessary. And I know what you're saying, Councillor Cortash, like I'm on the fence with this motion, quite frankly, because there is just logistics involved in trying to withhold it and then justify when you're making withdrawals, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that when we had the discussion before a couple weeks ago, they were saying it's easier just to issue a fine than it is to justify withdrawing from the deposit. So that's where I'm really not sure if this is going to achieve the goal that I know what you're trying to achieve and I appreciate that. I'm just not sure. It would have been better if we had said you investigate the viability, quite frankly, instead of just saying to absolutely do it. But I know that the intention would sort of be the same at the same time. So I don't really know how to vote on this one.
Thank you very much. I to echo that. I think we deal with this, pardon me, on the front end through the fine process. The legalities around trying to withdraw the funds and the challenges that would come with that, I think are gonna just be prohibitive and it's gonna just waste time and money in my opinion right now. So I understand the intent. I think the goal here is to have council policies put in place that maintain a certain standard level when it comes to construction waste. And I think we're certainly making some large strides toward that already. So I don't believe there's anybody else that'd like to speak. So if you'd like to close.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Mayor. This wouldn't preclude fines under the community standard bylaw. Fines could still be issued, so that this is separate from that. We already collect the security deposit, so adding one of the reasons why the deposit could, or why the security could be kept, adding one of the reasons being construction waste and these nuisance sites. I don't think that's the difficult part. I agree that maybe actioning it is the difficult part, but at least by putting this in, that gives us that option. And so I don't think in and of itself, this is the problematic part. I think it's if and when we had to use it, it becomes problematic, but I think it makes it very clear from the outset that if the development leads to significant waste and garbage in our parks, that it's right in there. It's right in the security rules that this could be one of the reasons why we withhold money. And I think having that, to your point earlier, Councillor, he was like making it very clear at the outset and having the rules be clear that this is one of the reasons why we could withhold money if it's in our parks. And then, yeah, maybe actioning that becomes a bit of a challenge later on, but I'd like to see this written in there. So I can't see why we wouldn't want to withhold funds if it's very clearly the responsibility of the development to keep their garbage out of our parks.
Thanks, Councillor Kortash. We can move it to a vote, please. That motion passed. Man, that motion passed 4-3 with Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Kortash, Councillor Pasek in favor. Councillor Mackay, Councillor Clark, and myself voted no. Now we can move to, I think it's number 7.
I had one more.
Yep.
And that is, where is it? Yeah, so that was the future action item 7. And that's that admin develop business license bylaw amendments or bring forward business license bylaw amendments to include provisions to suspend business license for repeat offenders. And maybe just I'll put that out there. And I do have a question of admin. Presumably we have other provisions where business licenses can be suspended for other reasons. So, and I saw some nodding.
Yeah, there's general provisions within the business license bylaw to remove said license for repeat offenders, but Mr. Giesbrecht can provide some more detail. It doesn't get into specifics around construction debris.
So maybe I can jump in on this. So one of the things that we've realized today by reviewing this is that these amendments or these provisions already exist in the business license today. So there is no need for a motion on this. Anytime any business violates any law, there's an ability for the business license inspector to suspend that license for a term that they deem appropriate.
Okay, I'll make this nice and easy and withdraw my motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I believe we can move to 8.3 and bylaw 15/2026 regarding 2026 business improvement tax and tax rate bylaw. And I'll move it to Mr. Fletcher.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We just probably need about a minute here to do a task change and we'll carry on.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Bannerman. I'm City Assessor and Senior Manager of Assessment and Taxation. I'm joined here today by the Director of Economic Development, Michael Erickson, and the Director of Finance and Strategic Services, Ann Victor. I do not have a formal presentation, but would like to present a brief summary of the events that have led us here today. On March 17th, Council approved amendments to the Business Improvement Area Bylaw 21-2023. This is what is commonly referred to as the Origin Bylaw, establishing the BIA area, board, procedures, and finance. Most recently, the bylaw was amended to clarify some governance items regarding members at large, reporting timelines, and funding disbursement schedules. Also on March 17th, City Council received a report from the BIA directors and reviewed and approved the BIA budget. The budget is then used to establish the BIA tax and tax rate bylaw. And that is why I'm here today and reporting to Council. We are seeking Council approval of the 2026 DBIA tax and tax rate bylaw. Annually, a tax rate bylaw must be passed by Council prior to May 1st. As noted in the administrative reports attached to the agenda, the majority of changes in the 2026 bylaw could be characterized as housekeeping items, including the changes to the assessment tax rates, bylaw number, and date changes. A change that should be noted is the removal of Section 17. There shall be no penalty for late payment. Added is a new Section 19. A late penalty of $100 shall be imposed if any portion of the business improvement by levy remains unpaid after June 30th, 2026. March 17th's report addressed the issue of collection rates for the BIA, which were approximately 60% between 2024 and 2025. The city and the BIA board members identified this as an area for improvement when compared to other BIAs that impose penalties. Based on the comparators, the collective goalposts will have compliance rates of over 80%. Administration's recommended motion is that the bylaw 15/2026 be read a first and second time with unanimous consent given to a third and final reading. We are at your disposal for questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bomansky will open with questions.
Thank you. And through the mayor to administration, the 85% projection, was that from specific other areas? Did they start out with, 85% response and payment, or did they have to instill the penalty to get to that? Do you have any idea?
Through the mayor, typically a response rate was about 60% so very similar to our own until such time as penalties were imposed. And then by the end of the year, they had increased to 85-90% in some municipalities and some a little bit lower.
Okay, so that it's a success is what you found from your research then, adding the penalty.
Adding penalties certainly did improve the compliance rate.
Okay, that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no other questions for administration, I'd ask council to bring forward a first reading. Councillor Mackay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. That administration, well, we're still on the wrong one here. Sorry there, Renee. I just didn't have it in my, I'm looking ahead. That bylaw 15/2026 be read a first time.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for.
I can do it again.
Thank you.
That bylaw, we're hurrying up here. Come on, Renee. I apologize. I'm teasing you. That bylaw 15/2026 be read a second time. You think I would have been able to figure that out, right?
Thank you very much. I don't believe there's questions for admin, so we can move it to a debate, and I don't.
No debate.
No debate, so we can move this to a vote as well, please. Thank you. That motion passed unanimously. I'd ask for a motion for unanimous consent to move to third reading. Councillor Bermansky, thank you.
That unanimous consent be given for consideration of third reading of bylaw 15/2026.
Thank you very much. We can go to a vote, please. That motion passed unanimously, and I'd ask lastly for a third reading.
Yeah, I can do that.
Counselor Patrick?
You go ahead. You get to close. You want to do something.
That bylaw 15/2026 be read a third time?
Thank you very much. Now you can open for.
I've got
and-
nothing to open.
Okay, and I don't believe there's any other comments, so we can move that to a vote as well. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, don't believe we have any emergent items, correct?
There's none.
No, perfect. Okay, I will move us to 10.1, amendments to council policy CFS-05, budget and taxation guiding principles, allocation of new assessment growth, and move it to Councilor Permansky. Thank you.
Thank you. That council amend financial policy CFS 05 to revise the allocation of new assessment growth as follows. Reduce the allocation to new growth business cases from 55% to 45% and increase the allocation to the growth stabilization reserve by 5%. And allocate 5% of new assessment growth to a newly established debt offset reserve for the purpose of reducing reliance on tax-supported debt financing for future capital projects, and that administration update financial policy CFS 05 and return any necessary bylaw amendments establishing the debt offset reserve for council approval by July 14th, 2026.
Thank you very much. Councilor Mackay?
I'm assuming we can question, I mean, I doubt you have a presentation, so I'm assuming we can ask administration questions. Good. Can you tell me what the intent of the policy is in the first place?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, I will start and then my colleagues can point in. The whole point of the policy, or this component of the policy, was to have the understanding that growth would pay for growth. So understanding that assessment growth can fluctuate from year to year. We would have a portion of the assessment growth to be used to support current residents, understanding that part of the growth will benefit current residents, but also to have some of the growth to be able to fund new initiatives that are required when a municipality grows. So that's where the current components of the policy have come in.
Sounds like you must have covered it because nobody else jumped in, but I appreciate that. So I mean, if I'm just reading your backgrounder and I said, so the growth related funding is primarily intended to support services for new residents. Existing residents should also benefit. So that's the growth pays for growth piece. But then there's a potential that I believe, and I'm just trying to find it here, where you said that this may have some impact on our base but operating budget if this amendment goes through. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, it could potentially, we've been quite fortunate over the last number of years that we've been able to sustain our growth with our existing assessment growth. However, we know that in the future, there could be situations when new development comes on, depending on how our assessment growth comes out in the year, that we may not be able to have enough assessment growth to be able to fund new initiatives to support our existing service levels. And so that was the concept behind that.
And so to offset that, we would have to increase the rate.
Through the chair to Councillor Mackay, that's correct. Depending on the nature of the growth initiatives that could come about, if we don't have enough assessment growth and we need to maintain those services, it would have to result in an increase to the tax base.
Or a reduction in the service level. So you'd either, this acts as a buffer to protect us when we do have that assessment growth. It allows us to continue to provide services and not see a service reduction and also not see a tax increase. Is that correct? That's kind of the intent of the policy or the practice.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor Cortash?
That's it? That's all you got? I've got,
Oh, I'm like, I'd throw the soft.
that's okay. Yeah, I've got a few. This, I mean, this is pretty fundamental to what we do as city council and managing the city's finances. And so I spent a lot of time on this on the weekend, and as a result, have a few more questions. I guess the first, I just trying to understand the terminology, base budget. So I'm going to use an example. We have to perform electrical inspections. I'm going to use an electrical inspector. So we you know, have a certain turnaround time or a certain service level for that. And as the city grows, we'll have to hire a new one because we need to maintain that service level. Is hiring that next electrical inspector, let's say, as a result of the city's growth, is that considered base budget, or is that a growth business case? That's a growth business case. So even though it's maintaining the service levels, it's a growth business case. Okay. Seeing the nodding.
It's also FTEs are the purview of council,
Right.
so it's a bit of a different dynamic perhaps than something, but you would approve that, you'd approve capital equipment.
Okay. And we're reviewing that. That's coming back to council at some later stage. I think we approved something earlier this year to take a look at how we do that and whether we're going to be continuing in that fashion in the future, correct? Okay. So what happens, and I know it started to spell it out in the report, and maybe this is what Councillor Mackay was getting at a little bit. So when we reduce the portion of the assessment growth that can be used for business cases from 75 to 70 to 55 and now proposed down to 45, what happens? No, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this. So we need a growth business case. We need the new electrical inspector. We need new firefighters. We need new communications officers, whatever the case might be. So when you have less of that assessment growth to work with to bring forward business cases, there's a comment in the agenda report that says that could increase pressure on the base operating budget. And I'm just having a hard time making that link. So on one hand, I think I understand the purpose of the motion here is to put admin in a position where you'll have to prioritize the business cases coming forward more because you've got less money to work with. But then, so if you're bringing forward fewer business cases, I understand that, but I don't understand how it affects the tax base or how it affects the operating budget as a result.
So the team can answer. I just want to clarify, we already prioritize business cases.
I know,
Or
right.
just to be clear.
Didn't
right?
mean to
There's a
imply you
robust
weren't, yeah.
process to ensure that,
Further.
yeah, okay, so go ahead.
And through the mayor to Councillor Cortash, you are correct. It is that assessment. So the philosophy is that we would have that assessment growth that's to fund the business cases. That's that amount to fund that prioritization of business cases. But where it would impact the taxes would be if we needed additional business cases to maintain those service levels in addition to that assessment growth, that percentage, that amount of and you can, just as you said, that amount has reduced given some constraints to that amount. And as Ms. Finley mentioned, that is continually getting increased in requirements. So that is something at one point in order to, like Councillor Mackay said, it would either have to be that you would prioritize the business cases. And if we needed more in order to maintain service levels, that would be in addition, that would be those additional business cases would be funded through taxes, the tax base. And then if it was decided they weren't, then that would be a service level reduction.
I think I understand, but I'm going to repeat it back to you just to make sure I get this. So let's say the 45%, let's say 45% of assessment growth works out to 10 FTEs. I don't know. So you do all your prioritization and you come back and you say, geez, 10 FTEs gets us some of what we need, but we still need 2 extra firefighters on top of that. We need 12 FTEs. And so you've got that assessment growth, but those extra business cases that aren't accommodated within that 45%, that then gets added just to the tax base, the budget. Okay.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have some questions about growth capital. And so there's nothing in the current policy in CFS 05, or as I understand it. So we've got the assessment growth, and 55% of it is used for business cases 25% to go towards the base and 20% for RMR, I think if I have that correct. And so nowhere in there is there growth capital. So how, this is again, a pretty broad question, but how do we fund growth capital? And I understand that in this year, part of the assessment growth, there was the business case, I think for around $500,000 to increase our capital funding. And so is that, I don't know, maybe you could just help me out. How do we fund growth capital, I guess is the question.
That's a good question. Thanks through the mayor to Councillor Colortash. So the 20% that you're referring into this portion of the assessment growth is to the contributional life cycles funding reserves. So that's where they have a reserve and a life cycle to support that. So all our other assets and capital requirements that don't have life cycles then is funded through that pay-as-you-go amount. And that is on the tax base, the pay-as-you-go, and that is the one that we increased through the last budget. So I believe it's a 6.6 million, 6.9 annual funding. So that is covered in the base. So those, you are correct, those are both for capital. One is for the assets that have existing life cycles, and the other portion on through the pay-as-you-go is for our other assets like roads, sidewalks, all those assets that we don't have reserved.
And remind me that $500,000 that was pay as you go from the assessment growth this year, where does that go? Is that stabilization reserve or is that's a capital reserve?
Yep, that is the annual, so that increases our annual amount, essentially going to the capital reserve to fund
Okay.
the charters.
Yeah, the new growth charters and that kind of thing. So maybe Councillor Bermanski can address this when she speaks to it. Or maybe this is a question to admin in terms of how you would understand this. I'm intrigued by the addition of setting aside part of the growth, part of the assessment growth for, where is it here? A debt offset reserve. So, as I understand that the debt offset reserve is essentially would be to fund debt, and debt is usually used for large growth capital projects. I think that's a fair assessment. And so I find that appealing to sort of bake in a certain amount for growth capital. But I think in the report, I also read that we don't necessarily need a new reserve to do that. We're already doing that in effect. Is that correct? Or we're, I don't know.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Colortash. I think what we said in the backgrounder was that right now, any component of the debt service, like any component of the assessment growth can go into a transfer, which can be used in the future to offset if our tax increases go above of that amount. As debt servicing is an operating business case, that could be considered if the tax rate was high because of new debt that came on.
Okay, I think I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for administration, so we can move this to debate, and Councillor Bermanski, you can open.
Thank you, and thank you to Mayor Administration. I brought this forward for many different reasons, and following the last 4 years of 55% of growth and business cases that were brought forward, the policy is described as what the portion of that 55% that's not used on business cases goes into the reserve. And I can't emphasize enough, I agree with you on the growth paying for growth, but the fact is with the 55%, the majority of it was used and not going into the reserve. So my means of creating more into that reserve to correct what you've just mentioned is to reduce that 10% off the operating business cases that are brought forward initially rather than to argue it back, I guess. We need to emphasize a needed direction of fiscal responsibility as per the new MGA directions for councils, and it's been mentioned to us of controlling specific costs and staying in lanes and focusing on infrastructure in our communities. And with we need to find those fiscal responsibilities, no matter how small. And this is, this 10% of 45 to 55 to 45 is a baby step, but it's a baby step towards saving more in our funds for the items that you've mentioned, like further tax increases that may come up. We've been surprised with substantial education taxes being added on to our taxes. And we have so many projects right now that we do need to work forward to, and the means of finding little details, prioritizing the most important details that you have to do in the business cases to allow more savings for what we prioritize. I'd like to see encourage further prioritization of business cases to align with productivity somewhat. And I appreciate there's many priorities that we have, and we don't all agree on all the same priorities. And I know it's difficult for everyone, but it's the timing of finding more efficiencies. We need to encourage productivity through CAO directives and in turn departmentally. At a council seat, it's very difficult for us we don't see the analysis of the departments. We don't see the objectives, the priorities. We see the final business cases and have to decipher them at that point. I'd like to put it in the hands of a CAO administration to fine tune those and see more savings going into our reserve. I'd like to see assist council goals of fiscal responsibility and attention to sustainable taxation. Again, I agree with there may be things that'll come up that will increase taxes, but as long as we focus on our reserves, that has to be an imperative right now. We need to slow most importantly, we need to slow the cumulative impact to all taxpayers and the cumulative impact of the growth of services compared to the growth of community size. They've outpaced each other. And I know it's difficult because we're at that transition point where the community needs to grow, but sometimes you get too big, and that's the hardest part at that transition. But again, we need to fine tune what we're approving for business cases and not. To provide council with some ability to offset recent large and unexpected education taxes common in other communities has been mentioned several times over. To allow greater savings of growth funds outside of service, administration, business cases, and strengthen prioritization in this area. To provide more tools at the council level at final tax increase time, reductions and approval that can be controlled. To allow broader dedication to growth funds outside of operating. Policy directs funds not used again in the business cases to go back to this. So we're just fine tuning them back to that, omitting that step, I guess. We've seen that whether it was 75%, 65%, 55%, that's essentially saying that we're allowing this many business cases, and if there's anything left over, it's going back into the reserve. I'd like to see more of that. Last year, we had a very, very good year for growth, and that a larger amount back into the reserve would have been helpful for what we're going through at this time. Again, being blessed with substantial growth dollars doesn't happen every year. So the percentage, again, it's important on those years that we do have a substantial amount of growth dollars. We don't use them all in a higher percentage. Flowing communitive spending and service costs will strengthen our city's ability to slow the effects of cumulative taxes without prioritization in a return. So again, I'll just listen to the other counselors here, and we're currently in tough times. We need growth to pay for growth. We have a new council. We have new priorities. Administration has asked council for fine-tuning priorities, and I'm asking in return for fine-tuning priorities in administrative business cases. Again, I'll listen to council and see what everyone thinks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bermansky. I appreciate the additional information and I recognize kind of some of the reasons behind what you put forward, but for me, and respectfully, I think this isn't so much about fiscal responsibility. It really is just shifting costs. It defers them and then redistributes them in a different formula. So, you know, it weakens the principle that you've identified, we've identified, administration's identified that's guided us for quite a number of years, and its growth should pay for growth. And so what does that mean? And so really it reduces what I see happening with this redistribution is it reduces the share of the new assessment growth available to fund new services as from 55 down to 45. And I recognize that sounds like modest, but I don't believe the impact is. Growth, as we know, brings us real costs, whether it's infrastructure, emergency services, ongoing maintenance, and new staffing. Underfund those pressures and they don't disappear. They shift onto existing taxpayers or result in service reductions. So administration's being clear, reducing this funding will increase pressure on the base budget. This could mean, and again, this could mean higher taxes or declining service levels. I don't believe it's responsible. So I think portions of it by adding a 5% annual transfer really makes our financial framework more rigid. And I don't believe at this time we need we need flexibility. So by carving off these fixed percentages into new or existing reserves, we're limiting our ability to respond to those changing conditions that I think are going to be impacting our community and as we've seen our country and certainly the world. We are going to be seeing emergency priorities and we are seeing real world growth pressures. So I don't really see the debt reserve, offset reserve as adding us any new capacity or capability. We already have those tools in our toolbox and we can achieve that goal without creating another layer of what I see as financial complexity and bureaucracy in my fact. So really, I think we're trading flexibility for rigidity and real service needs for potential theoretical future benefits. So I think what we have now is a strong policy that strikes a better balance. It does support growth. It is protecting our taxpayers. And I still think it allows council the ability to adapt. And so I appreciate where you're coming from this, but I'm not supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. We'll move to Councillor Hughes, please.
Thank you. So I'll go on the other side here, Ken, not just the bench. So what I like about this motion is it has that set aside for debt. And what I like about this motion is that it also increases the amount that's going into the stabilization. And the reason for this is that we are hearing repeatedly about how we're going to have to be going into substantial debt for various items in the next decade. And the reality is that we don't have a plan for how we're going to make those debt payments and cushion the blow to taxpayers. So I understand that it would be a cutback on how many staff are being asked for out of it, and the rest may come out of the base, et cetera. But the challenge we have right now is that because we added that 1.5% onto the capital, the base budget now is 4% plus. And that's assuming that we don't have any surprises. And we've had surprises already this year, potentially coming up for additional increases. And the other challenge we have is that when new staff are requested, the full amount of their salary is not being requested for approval, 75% is. And the other 25% is borne on taxpayers the following year out of the base. So that 25% that the taxpayers are even getting, the majority of it's just paying for the rest of the salary for the people that we approved the previous year. So what we look at with that is that the amount of actual tax relief for additional growth is quite minimal for the average taxpayer that's already established in St. Albert. But on top of it, what we have is that we don't have a plan for really how are we going to address when we have substantial loans that come out, whether we have the police building for 48 million or we have any of the other things that we've been talking about, the capital plan, the vast majority of them are going to require debt. And when you're looking at a base of over 4%, 4.5% a year, and then you're looking at adding debt of 1, 2, 3 or more % a year, not including operating costs. If we were to build the community amenity site, there'd be subsidies involved with that. There's a subsidy in every single arena. They don't break even. And all the rest of it. Then we're looking at tax increases of 7, 8, 9% potentially for multiple years, which causes a council of any day to shy away from agreeing to move forward on any projects. And so what this would allow us to do is to actually put money aside to try to offset specifically that debt and also potential operating costs from building new structures. And I don't see how it will be appetizing for a council to do it unless there's actually a plan to how we're actually going to manage those debt payments. So that's what this actually allows us to do, is to consider planning, not for today, but even for 5, 10 years out, to be able to handle those debt payments and allow the council to be able to actually support additional larger projects. Because I don't know if you would actually sit there and say to the residents, I'm approving an 8% tax increase for the next 4 years. It's going to be very difficult to approve something like that. And as a result, nothing moves forward. And in part, it's because of that extra 1.5% that we did for the capital. And I understand the rationale for it, but there's consequences to doing that. And what it does is it makes us kind of shy. And so to be able to actually handle all of the actual future large capital needs, we need to not just say we're increasing the capital budget, but increase the plan for how we're going to make those payments. So that is what I like about this plan. And if we actually took the full amount of each person's salary that we were agreeing to, and not just 75%, the amount that's being absorbed, the amount of FTEs would be significantly less than 10% less. But because the way the system is set up, we're agreeing to 75% only and not recognizing the full cost of it when we agree to new business cases. Moving it from 55 to 45 was just simply acknowledging the fact that we were approving a lot more business cases than what we actually had in new money to actually provide them out there to begin with. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bermansky. This, when we were elected, there's the orientation and budget, right, jumped right into budget, and it was a bit like drinking from a fire hose. And now that we've settled in a little bit, it was actually digging into this weekend and really trying to understand the financial policies. I feel like I've got a better handle on it now than I did. Still lots to learn, but had the opportunity to speak with a number of you over the weekend, some former mayors, some folks in other municipalities trying to figure out exactly how they deal with new growth assessment. And so it's been a really good opportunity to dig into this and understand it a little bit better. As I understand it, as I understand the intent of the motion here is to and Councillor Bermansky spoke to it a little bit in her opening comments. Is there sort of multi-parts? Part of it, by reducing the 55 to 45, is to drive some sort of, I believe you used the words efficiency and productivity, and although admin already prioritizes business cases, I mean, force them to sharpen that pencil even more and prioritize them even more. And that part of the intention of this motion strikes me as a little bit odd, and maybe not the right way to achieve that. I think we do, and we do, I think, need to have a broader conversation about the budgeting process, how we approve business cases and FTEs. As I've said before, there's something about that doesn't quite sit right with me. I used the example of the electrical contractor earlier. Like if we have a certain service standard, why are we approving another FTE for an electrical inspector? Like there's certain aspects of that don't make sense. And I think this approach to trying to sort of change the number of FTEs that we're hiring is a bit of a blunt instrument. The part of this that does intrigue me. I mean, I had some questions earlier around our growth capital, how we're paying for that. And I think that's part of a broader conversation that I think we should have as we continue to, some of the new counselors, as we continue to learn here and as we move forward. Because we do have some very real challenges ahead of us in terms of growth capital. We know that we have police station, fire station, rec center, all of these things. We've got tons of capital projects, and it does seem a little bit, I don't want to be disrespectful, but it seems a little bit like, not ad hoc's not the word, like we need a better plan, I think, I guess I'll just leave it at that. So I'm intrigued by that part of it, but Councillor Bermanski, I think it needs to be part of a broader, more holistic conversation in terms of how we're doing our budgeting. Yeah, so I think at this stage, I'm content with where we're at. I hope the headline, Councillor Hughes, leaving here is not, oh my God, 8% tax increase, because I don't think what we're deciding today, whether we approve or not approve this motion, is not affecting the tax rates going forward. And I know there's another motion coming forward here, but yeah, that's today's decision doesn't determine that the percent tax increase is really determined through what council approves at budget time. You know, we saw this year that we had a portion of that 55% was used to fund capital. And so it's really the decisions that council makes at that time that drives the percent tax increase in my mind, and not the decision that we're making here today. So like I said, I just think this needs to be part of a broader conversation, and this is a bit of an awkward or a blunt instrument to try and achieve it at this stage.
Okay. Is there anybody, Councillor Patrick or Councillor Clerk, not to say? Okay. I'm not going to restate some of the points that have already been made, so we can move this to a vote, please. Oh, sorry, you have to close. My apologies.
Okay, thank you for all the comments from my fellow councillors. And this was a tough motion for me to bring forward, but it was also tough every budget the last number of years where we have 55%, and I would have been thrilled if it came back to council and we could have saved 10% of that on, on service costs or on whatever. And it went into that reserve, and we could use it to, gauge what happens with taxes the following year. So that's part of it. And if I look at the numbers, the growth, we always talk about growth pays for growth. And right now, the growth that we have, the biggest struggle with is infrastructure, and it's not necessarily people. In 4 years ago, we had 669 FTEs, and in 4 years, we're up to 725. So I understand that growth often means people, but it has to be a balance of people and infrastructure is what we're hearing over and over. There's so many things that we have to find a means of paying for. The healthy part of the having an additional 10% in the growth reserve is to offset those specific things that are going to come to us. We know things are coming to us. We know there'll be more staff asks. We know there'll be a whole plethora of things that will be coming to us. So it's difficult to ask to lower the number, but I mean, the number was 75 at one point in time. We're still operating and we're still growing. Staff has grown, exponentially through the years, and because we've grown as a city. And then it went to 65, and we're functioning, and we found a way, and I'm happy that happened. And at 55, we've had business cases brought forward, and many of them through the past few years were approved at council. Most of them were. And again, it's very difficult for council to dissect those asks and understand what goes on behind the scenes in administration. So it's more or less a plea to me to administration to find those efficiencies for us, because we know none of us want to go to the public with large tax asks. None of us want to not have that reserve to adjust things that are surprises. And we have the graph here from administration of building our reserve, the amount that's already transferred. Well, we do have that dedicated amount to be transferred, and we're grateful it was there for specific things, and to additionally have more added to that because everything's more expensive and more things are coming forward. I think it's rather of a bit of an insurance policy rather than saying we can't live without certain services or whatever. But I hope council supports me on this. I believe it can be done. I believe it's tough for council. It's tough for administration. We have a lot of tough things to look after in the next few years. And again, it's expected, we've got a whole new guideline from the provincial government to focus on fiscal responsibility more so than we try to already. And fiscal responsibility, infrastructure, and streamlining services. And this 10% is will help, and it'll help our reserve, and it'll help us have tools for future things that come across. Also, I saw that administration mentioned, an alternative motion of 5. So I guess, perhaps that was acceptable, but again, 10 is better than 5 in savings. So I hope I get support on this one, and we'll revisit it next budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And now we can move it to a vote, please. And that motion passed 4-3 with myself, Councillor Bermansky, Councillor Clark, and Councillor Hughes in favor, Councillor Mackay, Councillor Cortash, and Councillor Patrick voting against it. Now we'll move to 10.2, which is CM 26-010, Amendment to Council Policy CFS 05, Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, Changes to Threshold. And I'll move that back to Councillor Bermansky. Thank you.
Thank you. The Council Policy CFS 05, Budget and Taxation Guiding Principles, Section 14 BV is amended to change the threshold to be eligible to apply the prior year's assessment growth from 5% tax increase to 3.5 tax increase.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cortash with questions for administration.
Just one, I just want to make sure, I just want to clarify. This just gives us the option to do that, right? So this changes the policy to give us the option to use prior year's assessment growth to reduce the tax increase. So A, want to confirm that. B, when does that decision take place, or how or when does that decision take place?
So yes, by policy, it creates the baseline above which you can do it. You can actually ignore your own policy anytime a majority of you wish to do so. Parking that, right? That's what it does. And then so that takes place through the budget process, and then you guys can jump in and talk a little bit more about where that works.
And I'll start and other people will probably jump in. This gives the threshold. So you're changing the threshold. So administration had come to council earlier in the year and had recommended it to increase, because if it was kept at a lower threshold, it would automatically be at that base that is the annual tax increase. So it would be continually withdrawing or not transferring to that reserve. So then it wouldn't accumulate. So it would go against the purpose of the reserve.
Okay, sorry. And so when does this takes place at budget time, where we would decide, we would say,
Yes.
projected tax increase is 3.9%. We're going to use a certain percentage of that to okay.
So whatever the projected tax increase was at that point, if it was within that threshold level, then it would pull from that assessment growth to lower it.
If I could just add, that would require a council motion at budget time to utilize that reserve towards the current year taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, just, I think I know the answer already, but council can change that anytime through motion. So even if it stays as it currently is at 5%, we could change that baseline. We could
say, let's put X number of dollars towards the growth assessment rather than so we could keep it at 5, but if we decided that we wanted it, we could actually make the motion, even though it goes against policy, we could make that motion.
Yes, that is correct. So you can change the policy itself, or you can make it sort of a one-off motion to notwithstanding the policy.
Yeah, not ideal, but if we were faced with a big tax increase, we could find funds and do it that way. Even it might not meet the policy, we could make the motion. That's our prerogative. Nodding heads for 2 people.
Yes,
watching-
Counselor, that's correct.
2 people watching online.
That's it? There, you're good now? Okay, thank you. Okay, I don't believe there's any other questions for administration, so I can move it to Councilor Romansky for opening.
Thank you, through the mayor and to administration again. This is similar and I guess it falls off the other motion previously put forward, but until July 2025, council had a tool to be eligible to apply a portion of the prior year's assessment growth savings to offset tax increases of 3.5% or higher. It was brought forward by administration suggesting a 6.5% tax increase should be the level where council would have that ability to do that. My focus in the 5% was decided at that time as finding middle ground. And I think we were at that time at a situation where we were trying to gauge the appetite for, you know, what type of tax increases are acceptable to council and to the public for all the things that are upcoming for us, which, you know, which are a large number of things. To be able to keep it at that lower amount, administration, I would not want to get to the 6% before we have a tool to do anything about it. And by keeping that number down, although it can be changed in another policy, by keeping that number down, it encourages the tax increase to be provided to council at a lower number. With the cumulative tax increases over the last number of years, large jump in education taxes, community social needs, climbing, finding operating efficiencies is imperative. Productivity and prioritization is a challenge that needs to be tackled. An appetite for 5% increase is not any 5% tax increase has not been mentioned to me by anyone that that's the only time that council should be able to address this this change. We have a new council since July. We have a new strategy. We have prioritization in smaller amount of items. We have a new focus. We need to maintain infrastructure and to allow a tax increase to be a higher level before we have a tool as a council to adjust it is not a direction that I feel we should be going at this time. Okay. Times are tough. Tax increases are tough. Okay, I'm just asking council to support me on this one. I know it's tough to put the ability of council to change tax increases, but it's the only tool we have. It's the only tool we had as council at budget time. And we lost that tool just a few months ago. So incentivizing the administration to work within that range again, it was something that was done up until July of last year. And again, it was with a projection of raising taxes for the projects that we see upcoming. If we find other ways by savings, offsetting those taxes, I think we can be more focused on what we need to do. And again, I'm talking too long, but I believe we need the tool as a council. So thank you. It's late.
Thank you very much. Counselor Hughes?
There we go. Thank you. I'll be supporting this. I've been trying to keep it at 3.5% for quite some time. I understand administration's position about we're at over 4% most years because we agreed to that additional 1.5%. I understand that. But the reason why I like it is just because it gives council some flexibility. Just because we put money into it doesn't mean it has to come out the next year. It just means that we have some flexibility and we're not trying to hamstring ourselves. So it's very possible that it's at 4.5%, and we just leave it because we recognize that we've got some other plans in the upcoming years and there's going to be additional tax constraints, and we want to make sure that we are able to keep the future ones down. And I understand that that's what the intention was behind administration. But the challenge is that the way that this motion is written, not the motion, the policy is written, is that it was at 5% and we can bring it back down to 5%, not lower. So if we have it at 3.5, it actually allows us, if we needed to bring it down below 5% without, again, violating our own rules. So this is where I'm like, just because it says 3.5 and it happens to be over, doesn't mean that you have to bring it or use it, but it gives us the option to recognize that there may be other things that come into play where we want to keep our tax increases to below 5% without violating our own policies. And if it's at 3.5, that means we can actually bring it down to a 3.5. So to me, when I look at this number of whatever the number is, 3.5, 5, 12, that number is really the level of which you're comfortable bringing those taxes down and being able to say to the residents and to businesses, this is the number that I feel is acceptable for us to have as a tax relief. Because really, if we said it was at 7, our current policy is you can use it to bring it down to 5. If you blow that, we're again breaking the rules. And I understand that you can say, well, we can just simply violate our own policies, but then why do we even have the rule at all? Why don't we just say we can use it at any time? So if we're going to say what is an acceptable number, what we had before was 3.5. We moved it up to 5. And I just think that with all the other inflationary costs that we have and other issues, that there may be times where we want to bring it down to 3.5 without trying to apologize for making that action. So that's why I wanted a 3.5 to begin with. As I said, it requires, there's no requirement for us to do it. It requires a council motion to use it at any one time. And then the majority of the council has to agree to do it. So even if I brought forward a motion, said, let's just use it all, that does not mean it's going to happen unless the rest of the council thinks it should happen. It just leaves us that option to have that discussion. So that's why I'll be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just jump in. I think the flexibility piece is really important in having council to have that option. I think we have an idea of what's coming. I wasn't a part of the conversations in the past on how that level started to move, but I certainly believe that it's our responsibility to at least have the tools in place to do that if we need it. So I would just say that I'm in support of this as well. And I'll move it to Councillor McKay.
Thank you for all the comments. I'm just finding a little bit of a juxtaposition between this motion and the last motion because we were all about saving money for a rainy day. And then now we're going to basically potentially, because honestly, it's been my experience that we're under a lot of pressure at tax time, budget time, and we're looking for pots of money. And this just becomes a really easy pot of money to dip into and utilize. And quite frankly, where I see the issue between, or the irony between the two motions is if we're going to spend our stabilization funds every year, we're not stabilizing anything. And quite easily, I mean, we hear about the impacts of the education tax, yet we're under this, education taxes have increased like 21% in the last 2 years. Where's the rigor that the provincial government has around controlling taxes, yet it falls to municipalities to actually have to control the tax so that it's down under a certain number, and we can pick that number. And I realize that we're talking two distinct things because they show up, but when people get their tax assessment, I would challenge a lot of us to actually know in the community how many actually people really know what is split out of on their tax bill. So I just caution people. I mean, I admit during the conversation when we were looking at changing the policy, because initially administration had come to us looking for a 6.5% buffer because they actually saw the potential that we could use, that we would end up draining our stabilization funds. And that had a sobering impact. But at the same time, I think you're right. We arrived at 5. And honestly, there wasn't really a lot of science behind it. It was a number that I believe we just kind of arrived at because we wanted to balance some of the inflationary pressures and some of the challenges we were facing as a community. But I'm going to caution all the new council members. I can guarantee you, if we're faced with a 3.9%, 4%, or 5%, I know that there'll be a motion on the ground. Yeah, we can vote away, but like I asked administration, we can do that currently. We go against maybe our policy, but we've done that before. And if the budget came back to us and it was of significant magnitude, and I'm not going to say what number it is, we always have that ability to use that. And so I just caution, it will be used, and there will be pressure as we are doing our budget deliberations to bring that down. But I think we do it at our peril. I honestly do, because it's really looking at short-term fixes with a long-term pain. And you heard it here today, we'll have unintended consequences. And I don't mean to be that guy, but I just caution everybody that this might not give us what the policy is designed for, that safety buffer. And I'm worried that in the next few budget cycles, we're going to be faced with a lot of pressures, and this will be the first thing we dip into.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Councillor Cortesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess I asked the question earlier, does this just allow us to do that? And on the surface, it seems relatively innocuous. It just gives us the option to do that, and we can or can't do that later on. And to Mr. Fletcher's point earlier, I know we can reject our own policy at any time, which begs the question, why even have the policy? And so I've been struggling with the answer to that question. I think the answer to that question is to provide a guideline. So we have the policy to provide a guideline and to provide some general sense of direction. So notwithstanding the fact that we can ignore that at any time, the policy is there to provide a guideline. And so then what should the guideline be? Should we be using assessment growth to keep the tax increase at 3.5%? And so that's so even though that's not really the motion that's in front of us right now, because it's about whether we can use it, it's what are we going to set the guideline at? What should we set the policy at, and what should it be in? And again, had a lot of conversations with a lot of different folks about this past weekend. And I can see arguments on both sides. Do we save? Do we set it aside? And, we got that step ladder that's in the agenda report. And do we keep the taxes low for a few years and then increase it when we have a big expense, or do we spread it out? And I thought I came up with a clever analogy, and I was thinking, geez, what would a condo association do? They've got a big expense coming up in a few years, and do you increase slowly over the few years leading up to that, or do you just wait and increase taxes that year when you have that big expense? And then I watched one of the old videos and saw Councillor Killick use that same analogy, so I guess it wasn't that original. And so I think as far as man, I want the tax increase to be 3.5% just as much as the next person. I want it to be as low as possible. But I think as a guideline, the financially prudent thing to do is to save that assessment growth for the years where we know we've got, to Councillor Hughes' point, we've got massive projects coming up in the future, and we need to save some of that assessment growth to be able to pay for rec facility staff, to pay for police building, to pay for but geez, we've got this amazing announcement this morning to develop the Northeast, and what's that going to unlock? That's going to unlock Fowler Way and all kinds of other things that we're going to have to do. And so I just think as a guideline, we should try and stick with the 5% rather than giving ourselves an out, giving ourselves I know we can do that. We can do that at budget. If we want to do that, let's have that discussion at budget time rather than preemptively giving ourselves an excuse here or an out. I guess anyway, that's where I come out on this.
Thank you very much. I will now turn it out. I don't believe anybody else has any comments. So for closing, to Councillor Bermanski.
Thank you, and thank you to my fellow counselors for their comments. There's a few things I would disagree with, like putting ourselves in peril. And the thing is, if the tax increases would come to us at the 3.5%, would we transfer money? Probably not. If they come to us at 5%, would we transfer money? Probably. And so the mention of us spending the funds that are saved, that will only, in my opinion, happen if those taxes are just not palatable to people. And we need to be working on a guideline of a tax percent increase that is palatable, and 5% isn't to most citizens that I've spoke with or have given feedback to me. If we compare a 3.5% tax increase to a 5% over a short number of years, it increases people's taxes by $1,000, and it's, you know, it just keeps climbing. But what used to be 3.5%, even if it's 3.5% now, with the assessment on properties and the value of homes, what the tax increase truly means. 3.5 a few years back is essentially the same as 5% now. So 5%, you may as well, you know, consider that in those 7% numbers, I guess. But I don't feel that setting that guideline at 3.5% would encourage us to dip in the pot. I see it more as an encouragement to try and shoot for a 3.5% tax increase than a 5%. Because if you have that variable where it's okay to counsel that, you know, we don't have to do any adjustments, as even if it gets to 5%, that's essentially saying 5% is okay. And I don't believe in transferring the funds either unless it's necessary, but I think there will be times, will it be necessary in the future? Yes. But at the same time, it's the visual of having that 3.5% as seeing that acceptable guideline of when we have to dig into doing something a different way. And again, it'll make me and people that have spoken to me happier that we have, you know, we have control beyond 3.5% than having to wait to 5% before we have control. So I hope I get most of council's support, and we'll see where this one goes. See it budget time again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bermatsky. We can move it to a vote now, please. That motion has passed 4-3 with myself, Councilor Bermansky, Councilor Clark, and Councilor Hughes in favor, Councilor Mackay, Councilor Cortash, and Councilor Patrick against. Is it dark out yet? We can move just to 10.3, which is Council Motion 26-012 for snow removal conditions brought forward by Councilor Clark. Thank you.
That administration prepare amendments to the community standards bylaw for council's consideration on or before October 20th, 2026 regarding the following: requiring residents to clear sidewalks of snow and ice within 48 hours of a snowfall event or ice formation, or applying traction material when ice removal is not possible, adding clarification regarding what snow and ice accumulation means, and clarifying the conditions under which snow may be removed from sidewalks and placed onto adjacent roadways.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions for administration at this time? Nope. Okay, we will move it to debate, and Councilor Clark, you can open.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you and to members of council, I brought this amendment forward because accessibility in St. Albert should not depend on the season or on someone's physical ability to navigate winter sidewalks. This motion is intended to ensure that our community standards bylaw aligns with section 12.4, accessibility and comfort of our Flourish document in St. Albert. which states that St. Albert should be accessible and inviting to everyone in all seasons. St. Albert prides itself on its extensive trail system, which allows residents to travel from one end of the city to the other through connected pathways. But for some residents, that journey never even begins. If residential sidewalks along someone's route are covered with snow and ice, they may never reach those trails at all. In a city that prides itself on connectivity, residents should at least be able to safely navigate their own block. Currently, our bylaw considers residential sidewalks compliant if they bear up to 30 centimeters of snow and ice. That's roughly 1 foot of snow. And in a winter city like ours, we should ask ourselves whether that is truly an acceptable standard for public sidewalks. While that may seem manageable to someone who's able-bodied, for residents using walkers and canes, scooters, or pushing strollers, it creates real barriers. Able-bodied residents may navigate these sidewalks, but others cannot. For many residents, that effectively means the sidewalk is no longer accessible to them. This is an accessibility gap we can no longer ignore. Public sidewalks are meant to be used by everyone, not just those who are physically able to navigate deep snow. For many of our seniors, residents with disabilities, and families with young children pushing strollers, winter sidewalks are not simply an inconvenience. They can determine whether someone is able to leave their home safely and remain connected to their community. At the most recent meeting of the Seniors Advisory Committee, I raised this issue with the committee, and they expressed support for an amendment that would improve safety and accessibility for seniors and other residents navigating our sidewalks during the winter months. We already receive complaints from residents when sidewalks become difficult to navigate in winter. However, under the current bylaw, our enforcement officers must determine whether the condition is dangerous. What may be considered dangerous for an able-bodied person can present a very real barrier or a safety concern for someone with mobility challenges. Providing clearer standards helps our bylaw officers as well. Rather than relying on a subjective determination of what is dangerous, this amendment establishes a more consistent and measurable expectation for sidewalk conditions across the city. The city's trail and sidewalk policy already requires sidewalks and trails to be groomed when snow reaches 2 to 5 centimeters. This amendment simply proposes extending that same standard throughout the city, residential, commercial, and city-owned pathways, ensuring accessibility for all without imposing extra burdens on administration. It is also important to note that every one of our neighboring municipalities already requires residential sidewalks to be cleared to a greater degree than St. Albert currently does. Redwater requires snow and ice to be removed the full width of the sidewalk within 48 hours. Gibbons requires removal within 72 hours. Morinville requires sidewalks cleared to a bare surface within 72 hours. Spruce Grove and Leduc require snow and ice removal within 48 hours. Stony Plain requires sidewalks to be kept clear of snow and ice. And Strathcona states that they expect a ice-free path cleared the full width of the sidewalk so that strollers, walkers, wheelchairs, and pedestrians can safely pass. Edmonton requires sidewalks to be cleared to bare pavement. In comparison, St. Albert's current bylaw allows significantly greater snow accumulation, and enforcement depends on whether a bylaw officer determines the condition to be dangerous. That approach can result in inefficient and inconsistent enforcement, particularly when accessibility needs vary among residents. I hope this amendment will establish a clearer and more consistent standard that ensures our sidewalks remain accessible to all residents throughout the winter months. This amendment is not about creating new rules. It is about applying existing principles and practices consistently. By doing so, St. Albert will truly live up to the vision in section 12.4 of Flourish, a city that is accessible, safe, and comfortable for every resident in every season. Thank you.
Can you start over? No, I'm just kidding. Do we have anybody else that would like to say anything? I don't believe so. Oh, Counselor Patrick, please go ahead.
I just had one thing to say was my only concern with this one was just the 48 hours. And I'm wondering if it should be 72 hours, but I mean, I guess it's coming to us as in the fall, so we could vote on it then, right? Am I right? Okay. Okay, then I'm good.
Thank you very much. We can move this to a vote, please. And that motion passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, trekking along. We'll go into our IRs, but maybe first we'll just do our notice of motion, just for Counselor Patrick, if you'd like. I know we're trying to accommodate some part of the schedule, so if we could start with that, that would be great.
Is it going to go up on the screen, or I think I have it here. Hold on.
It's up there now, Council.
Okay, thank you. That administration be directed to implement a timed on-street parking pilot along St. Anne Street operating within the existing roadway cross-section as follows. 1, maintain 4 travel lanes during weekday peak hours, AM and PM peak hours, to support traffic flow, and permit on-street parking during off-peak hours by operating the corridor as a 2-lane roadway with designated parking areas on both sides of St. Anne Street, and install required signage to clearly indicate timed parking zones, restricted periods, and other operational requirements necessary to support the pilot, and monitor enforcement impacts and operational considerations, including parking violations during restricted periods, and respond to public inquiries or complaints as part of regular enforcement practices, and report back to council with findings and recommendations prior to the commencement of utility construction on St. Anne Street.
Thank you very much. IRs, we have Counselor Hughes. I believe you have it.
Do I have an IR? Which
There's
one is it?
Drag racing, number of tickets. We can just put it up on the screen for
That'd
you.
be great. Please provide the number of tickets or other recorded actions taken in response to drag racing or other major automotive noise issues in 2024 and 25, and the proactive and reactive actions the RCMP plan to take in 26 to deter and respond to drag racing issues. It will be required if needed to elevate this issue as a priority. Thank you for reminding me.
Thank you very much. And I believe we have an IR from Counselor Clark as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you advise the status of the building and development permits regarding the Old Blind Pig location, and when do they expire? Do we charge a per diem when a developer has a driving lane and or a sidewalk closed for construction for an extended period of time?
Thank you very much. I believe that's it. We'll need a motion to go in camera. Maybe we'll take a 5-minute break and then we can make a motion to go in camera.
I can make the motion now, but if you're going to take a 5-minute break, is that wise?
I think just a 5 minutes is not really that big of a break that
Okay.
it would impact anything.
Okay. Sorry, can you put that up?
Sorry, we're just going to restart the recording
Yeah, sorry.
and we will do the motion to go in camera.
Yeah. Like, council move into camera to discuss.
Thank you very much. You can move to a vote, please. That motion passed unanimously. Thank you.
You know what? I don't think so, because then you're prescriptive and you'd really have to monitor it, but.